Damn, that's what we on? That's what we on? Hey, man, sometimes we just got to let it breathe. Sometimes we got to speak to these guys, these young guys that's trying to come up in the spot. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just got to let the music speak for them. I got to let the music speak for me. You dig? I tell you, man, these young guys, are something else. They should not speak out of turn with an OG. These young guys should not speak out of turn with an OG, especially when their money not right. Your money got to be right to speak to an OG. It's got to be right. I'm going to let Drake breathe on you for a second. Now, everything he's saying, it correlates with the big homie. It correlates. It coincides. I'm going to let him talk to you for a minute. I'm finna blow my nose. I'm going to let Drake talk to you for a second. But pay attention. Pay attention. Mark the Mentor. Are you ready to take your trucking business to the next level? With Trucks.pro, you get access to the best load board in the game, giving you the tools to find higher paying loads and streamline your operation. And right now, you can try the Pro plan free for 30 days, a $159 value. Click the link in the description to claim your free Pro plan and start making smarter moves for your trucking business today.
Warning: the following content contains strong language and may not be suitable for children. This content is primarily for adults, as this is a trucking channel and truckers have filthy mouths. Please don't tweak if I say. Viewer discretion is advised.
Sweet.
What up? What up? What's going on? How everybody doing? Come on in, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, talk, post notifications. You did? Yeah. It's the call-in show. It's the call-in show. Link is pinned to the tin top of the chin at. You dig what I'm saying? Link is just pinned to the tin top of the chin at. I ain't been live in a few days. All right, so here we go. Let's get this roll call going on. Link pinned to the top of the chat. Now, I ain't got all night tonight. Today ain't finna be one of them long hours. My chick told me, look, don't be on there all night. So I said, all right, I ain't gonna do that today. So I got a couple hours and I got some shit I gotta do. All right, so boom. Let's get this out the way. Shout out to Great Polo. Shout out to all the Don Solo in the crib. Shout out to St. Louis, representing St. Louis. Dave, what's up? Jason, what's going on? Representing the crib. Roger, what's up? Representing Cincinnati. Jonathan, representing the Boogie Down. Shout out to Beats. Shout out to Khalif. What up? What up? What up to Kemp? What's going on? Shout out to everybody watching on Facebook. What up? Shout out to Shark. Shout out to Blessing. Shout out to William. Shout out to who else we got? Ooh. Shout out to Andrew. What's going on? Representing New Jersey. Shout out to who else we got? Shout out to Spoken. What's going on? Representing Michigan. Who else? Shout out to Box Out. What up? Shout out to Steven, representing Columbus. What up? Hold on one sec. I had me a little monologue. See, now when I got me a monologue, people want to call in right away. That's crazy. Who that? I can't see you.
Cardo.
Yeah, but I can't see you. All I see is like a thumb.
Oh, give me a second. Let me actually my fault.
Yeah. Man, I had me a little monologue today. Damn. I had me a monologue. I guess it's gonna have to wait.
Ooh, I'm right ahead. Give me a second.
No, you Gucci. You Gucci. I like when people call in so we can get it out the way, but normally it's a 20-30 minute buffer, and I was finna cook. Ooh, I was finna cook. The Lord don't want it. The good Lord don't want it. Nah, he don't want it. He want me to spend. He want me to take it easy.
I'm there to learn.
It's cats out here on the internet, and man, God telling me,
Right.
Mark, be cool. Be cool.
How you doing,
Be
Mark?
cool. What's going on?
My name is Carter. What's going on, man?
What up? What up? What's the
What up?
deal?
So, I just got a few questions. I was hoping, you know what I'm saying? I really got caught. I caught wind of this whole box truck business thing, from the influencers. And
Oh,
just
okay.
like based on doing my research, listening to some of the things you said, and some of the things you say, I decided to just take it easy and not jump right in. You know
No,
what I'm
don't listen
saying?
to me. Listen to the influencers. The influencers, they influence. You should listen to them.
They influence it, man. But
Yeah,
like I look at these guys, like some of these guys just want you to pay for you pay for whatever they serve, what they selling, and if it don't work out for you, then it don't work out
hey,
for you. You call with the bag. I mean,
listen.
you holding the bag.
The only thing I tell people to do is make a wise decision based on
Right,
based on the information that they find in their research when they do their business plan, so on and so forth. A lot of
right,
people jump
yeah,
out the window. A lot
right,
of people jump out the window. That's the only thing. And I understand, the
yeah,
disconnect. You see what I'm
uh
saying?
huh,
But the
hmm,
disconnect is why the failure rate is so high the first year.
facts,
Because everybody got this 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 idea that because it's perpetuated to them a certain type of way that, hey, once I just
right,
get a truck, get your authority, and then you can go to this load board and there's plenty of loads. It's more than enough and everything's gonna work out. And I can get how a person is misled, but that's why the industry will weed out all the people who don't do what's in their best interest. The market is
right,
gonna always keep correcting itself and it's gonna correct out the people who just don't do what's in their best interest. It's just what it is.
right,
So don't when don't get discouraged. My information isn't to discourage you, it's to inform you and give you what you need so that you can be successful. And the only
okay,
thing I be telling people to do is just, educate yourself, make sure you come in with enough soldiers.
right,
Soldiers is money
yeah,
so that you can weather the storm. The problem is a lot of people don't want to start from the bottom and work their way up. So if you want to start
right,
up here, then you gotta have these soldiers. Now
right,
you can start from humble beginnings and grow. It's just a lot of people don't want to do that. When you tell a person to start from the bottom, it's like saying yo mama.
yeah, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
All right, so I guess my main question is, right? Let's say I have a budget about like 10K roughly, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I've registered for MC DOT. I didn't add insurance yet,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm looking forward to possibly doing this with a rental, box truck. I'm not ruling out the vans. I'm not ruling out pickups. Is it really possible to make $1,000 a day doing, final mile 3PLs? I'm
What
located in Jersey City.
there's routes that you could make $1,000 a day. Will you get one of those routes coming in the door? Probably not.
Probably not. Okay.
Not coming in the door. I mean, the trust isn't there. We don't,
Hmm.
the 3PL ain't gonna know if you're capable of. First of all, the routes that pay like that, those routes are heavy.
Hmm.
Those are heavy routes, and those routes usually go to the people with tenure. Those are the guys that know how to get a maximum amount of stops done in a short period of time. I was
Hmm.
talking to a guy on my Discord the other day. He had a team out that's doing, I think they was doing like 8 stops, and they had been out 14 hours already that day. He said they average is about 14 hours. You see
Damn.
what I'm saying? So and they on a light route. The routes that
Hmm.
are going to pay you are more heavier routes, and that also depends on the 3PL that you're running with, and also depends on the contract that you're working on. Some contractors don't pay as well as others.
Hmm.
You see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
So, what's your recommendation on what I should do starting out if my budget is 10K and if I want to use a rental and get with final mile or 3PL instead of jumping on low boards? What do you recommend I do? Like, what are the
When you
main
say
steps?
when you say final mile, what doing final mile doing what? There's different things you could do with final mile. talking about by yourself or with somebody? Hello, hello,
You
hello.
know, yeah. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what are the different things I could do with within Final Mile
By yourself or with somebody?
by myself,
So you want to do one man final mile? Okay. You got to do curbside then.
curbside,
Yep.
curbside. I'm
What?
taking notes as you speak. So, what are the
Uh,
main steps? Like I've gotten through the MCDOT. My next step will probably have to add commercial if I'm going interstate, right?
well, you say you want to do local, so why are you going interstate?
Okay. So curbside is strictly local. Then that's what that means.
I mean, you may have to cross state lines if you say you were in New Jersey.
Jersey City. Like I
S-
like my family in New York City, right across the
Okay,
the tunnel.
so
I
because you
don't I
so
don't
close,
mind
so
going to
because
Philly. I
so
don't
hold on,
mind
hold on,
going to
hold on,
Connecticut.
hold on. How
Uh,
far is Jersey City from New York? The border, the state line.
I'm like 15, 20 minutes.
All right, so more times than not, since you out of Jersey City, I don't know where the nearest 3PLs are out there, but since you're so close, it's a possibility that you may have to go into New York. So you are going to need interstate authority. So yeah, your insurance and what else did you say you had already or didn't have?
The MC and DOT. That's the numbers came in. You know what I'm saying? It's not even active because I didn't add insurance.
Okay, so you need everything else as far as getting your authority active.
Yeah, yeah.
What else? What else do you
I
need to
was
know?
talking to a guy from Motive, and he was pretty much just giving me the rundown on what else, everything it takes to really get it fully active. So I was probably just gonna tap back in with him and get it fully done.
Mhm. So what is it you want from me? I really don't do the get the MC, the DOT. I don't
You
really.
don't do that.
Yeah, it's too basic. I feel like that's something you could Google. I you
Yeah,
know I tried. I
yeah.
don't
I
want
could
to get
Google
up
that.
in.
That's but I
Yeah,
mean, I guess my main question is, what are the steps to take to like just get somewhere where it's like I could make this business make sense and stay profitable? Trying to do the curbside or final mile
okay.
with the
So
three PLs because
why did you
I don't really
choose?
want to go over the road.
You don't want to go over the road.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't because I don't know because rentals. We done on rentals here.
So let me ask you this: why you want to do this? Why you want to do it at all?
Because it's like right now, honestly, I was driving Uber. I was doing rideshare, but I'm deactivated. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm used to working for myself. That gap on my resume don't make me feel too confident and going to chase, the 9 to 5s. I mean, I got it. I got limited experience,
How old are you?
but it's like a lot of these jobs are not calling back. I have to make something happen.
How
I'm
how
not working.
how, how old are you?
I'm 31.
All right, so you don't want to go over the road. You want to stay local. All right, you in New Jersey. You want to rent a truck. You want to do curbside. So after you get everything set up, I have you
I'm
started.
not ruling out regional. Regional is, like I could go to Philly. I can go to Connecticut or the nearby states. That's nothing.
Okay,
That's not
so
ruled out.
so have you started to research final mile delivery?
Yeah, I landed on your video, and
Okay,
that's
okay.
when I came up with.
All right, have you started to research the companies that have that
Yeah, I looked
opportunity
up.
available?
Yeah, I wrote down. I wrote down 3 companies, and I actually looked up one of them. They're actually in the neighborhood too.
Okay. Which company
I
was
believe
that?
that is Wait, I wrote it down. Let me actually pull it up. Give me a second. That's I wrote it in my So I could probably just walk in there. Just
Yeah, every time you look on your phone, I lose you. I can't hear you. We can't see you no more.
oh my
So
bad. Yeah.
yeah,
RNL. RL.
RNL ain't gonna deal with you.
Cause I'm new, right?
Yeah, they're not gonna touch you for 9 months, and even then, it's gonna be tough to get in there.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, they
So
tough. If
what
you get
where
it,
could
if you can get in the RNL with a one man, you blessed. I've helped some people get in there,
damn.
and it's hard to get in there.
Wow. Wow. So what would you recommend I do? Like if you were in my shoes, what would you do?
If I was in your shoes, you got
Hmm.
$10,000,
Yeah.
I would probably start with something smaller and work my way up.
Okay,
If
so
you
that's
can, if you
a
if
van
you can,
or pickup.
if you can listen, if you can find a final mile contract, one man
Hmm.
that'll give you an opportunity, right? And you can sustain it, the cost, right?
Hmm.
Then go for it. So if you can find a one man curbside contract with T Forest or maybe Capstone. I don't know what Capstone, if they've changed their qualifications. I think T Forest might have changed theirs too. I don't know if they're gonna let
Wow.
you in the door anymore. I don't know. Uh,
Wow.
maybe with AIT,
AIT,
yeah, or with US Pack. But see,
US
once we
back.
get as I'm going
Right.
down with these companies, I'm starting with the higher pay and then I'm working the way down. These last two
Right.
companies, the pay is not that great. So,
Mm.
you know, uh,
Okay.
but
So I
those are
would just
companies that offer one man opportunities, but they don't necessarily offer one man opportunities in every market because they'll have
hmm
a contract for, let's say, Home Depot in the Southeast or the Midwest, but Home Depot will go with XPO in another region of the country. So I don't
mm.
know who has what in your region. That's why you need to apply with all the companies and see who has the opportunities and who's willing to work with someone. TQL has HD supply, but even that's hard to get with on the one man. You know,
Right.
the one man curbside contracts now
Yeah.
are very, very sought after. They weren't
Wow.
like when I first came on YouTube and started talking about them, did nobody want to do them? And I remember telling people, get on this, because it's going to be
Right.
hard to get it. And sure enough,
Right.
now people that get a hold of those opportunities, they don't let them go because it's sweet.
Wow.
You know,
Sweet.
you
Yeah.
make you making great money and you sleeping in your bed every night and
Right.
you're not incurring the costs as, let's say, someone that is driving over the road. Their costs are higher, especially when you're looking at it from a rental perspective because each
Right.
mile you
Yeah.
run is costing you. So you're doing less miles. Um,
Right. Plus any damage which is bound to happen. It's just like
so I don't know what your living expenses are. I really don't want to go
hmm
into it, but with the 3PL, your settlement may be 2 or 3 weeks out the first time.
mm.
So and we don't factor final mile. So I mean I don't. You probably can. I've never factored it because it's the money comes around quick. But that first settlement may take about 3 weeks to get. And
Mm.
there may be some type of escrow they hold. Nowadays they hold an escrow too.
Mm.
So
This business don't sound
so
as
so
easy as
so
they
so
made
I,
it
so so
seem,
when your people say you can do it for less than a nickel, this is the shit that they don't know. So you can
Mm.
go in and they're gonna be like, yo, we gonna hold X amount escrow, which means just in case you do something, they already got the money sitting there in escrow and they just deduct from it. So it's a lot of things that you have to account for. So
Mm.
depending on 10 grand, how far can it stretch you? Do you got a family? Do you got kids? Is that
No,
10 grand? Is
I
that
don't got a kid.
okay?
I don't got
So
no kids.
is that 10 grand all you got, or is that just what you got for the business? Because now if that's
It's,
all
it's,
you
it's
if that's all you got, then the conversation becomes a whole different type of conversation.
right. I mean, it's pretty much it was my mom, trying to get me up off my ass, gave me a little 5K, and I took my own 5K. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see, I don't even want to. See, I don't like. I don't want to advise you
Right.
in this scenario. You know what? I just here's what I'm gonna tell you. It's a 50-50 chance.
Wow. Okay.
So anybody that tells you otherwise, they cap.
They
You know what I'm
cap.
saying? It's a 50-cent chance you're gonna make it. It's a 50% chance. Now, what you just told me, with your mom gave you the nickel, you need to set
Right.
yourself up so you don't fail. I don't even feel comfortable,
Right.
because like the last thing I would want my OG give me some money and then I don't succeed. So she give you the money, you use it to start the business. You gotta win. Ain't
I
no
have to. Yeah, I mean, she
ain't
told me
ain't
that. She
ain't no
told
fail.
me for a fact. She
She
sounded
told you
just
that.
like you. Like, I gotta make
Okay.
this shit go.
Okay.
It has
So
to go.
with that being in mind, my best advice to you is do all the research you can and start from the bottom and work your way up. Don't start at the top.
Got you. And that would mean don't get in the box truck.
I'm not saying that. See, here's the thing with y'all young cats, where I've kind of had to, pull back, and I hate to do it because it's a lot of y'all that really need this advice, but the majority is making me want to fall back, because it's not worth it to me. I really don't. If I see you don't want to take sound advice, then I just won't give it to you. I'm straight. You see what I'm saying? So what I will tell you is that if your mother gave you 5,000, you have to win, bro.
Yeah.
Ain't no failure. And you said, man, you sound like my mom. My mom said the same thing. Why? Because this probably was a sacrifice for her to give you that nickel.
Yeah.
Right. So with that being said, you don't want to start with something that's very, very costly. You want to start with something that's probably less costly, where the learning curve is going to cost you less and it'll give you more time to figure things out. $10,000 can go like this in a box shop business. Anybody that tells you different, I'm telling you, they full of shit. Tell them put their money where their mouth is.
Right.
Because my link always went to the top of the chat. And these cats that say, oh, you can do it, they never pull up.
Yeah, I mean, they saying that so you could sign up and give them their little 500 a month.
But here's the thing. These are people that are renting trucks. They're booking loads and then going renting trucks. And then once they run the load, they return the truck. These ain't real business people. These ain't people that's really fighting the storm. Even from the rental perspective, they'll rent a truck and thug it out. The truck will be sitting there for a week. If they ain't booking a load, the truck's still sitting there. They don't pay for the week. Not no day by day ass shit. These types of cats.
Yep.
See, when I tell a person something, I'm looking at the full scope. I'm looking at your livelihood as well.
Right.
You got plenty of videos on YouTube of people that's homeless because of this shit. I've talked to people behind the scenes that have come to me crying, homeless, listening to these cats. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, based on what you telling me, your mom gave you the money, was a sacrifice.
Right.
So I would make that money stretch. And I think the best way to make it stretch is starting by something that costs less. The cost of entry is far less, and the risk is less, and it'll give you a longer period to figure things out. That learning curve ain't gonna cost $10,000 in a box shop business. I'm telling you, I've had people up here that done went through 10 in a couple weeks and back at the crib.
What about the vans, or what about the pickups?
What kind of vehicle do you own?
I don't own a vehicle right now. I mean, the last vehicle I was in was a Tesla. And
hey, bro, let me hear you. You want my, and some people gonna get mad. You want my big homie honest opinion, bro?
Oh,
man,
hell
you can't fuck up OG money, bro.
Yeah, I can't.
Unless you 100% solid, and some niggas will tell you to go out there, man, take a chance, don't listen to them. Bro, we talking about the OG. You can't fuck that shit up. So unless you 100% sure, and she told you that means she sacrificed that shit, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, man.
So start with something small and work your way up. I really want to tell you, just go get a job, bro. Add another 5 or 10 on top of that to give you some more soldiers.
Got you.
But if you
Man,
do it, and see, you don't even have a car, so I can't even, it's things that you can do to kind of add, but it's like you don't even have a car, bro. Really, I want to tell you, man, go get a job.
right.
Go get a job so you can get a car.
Yeah. I mean, I
Now,
could go get a car. Definitely, I could.
okay, but if you go get the car, you tapping into the 10.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So
Now,
that's
now, now, here's what you want to do. I'm gonna give you both scenarios. Go rent a car. You can go rent a cargo van,
right.
but now, you gonna work hard. You gonna work hard, and you could use the cargo van as your personal vehicle, and you can work all throughout the day without, the regulations of a box truck. But you rent a cargo van. Renting a cargo van today
Right.
is damn near like renting a box truck. So you're gonna be
Yeah.
paying for the miles.
Yeah. And with that, can I do curbside 3PLs,
With a
final
cargo van,
miles?
with a cargo van, you could do curbside, you could do 3PL, you can do van work, you can do gig work. But the
Right.
market is volatile. It's volatile in that market. It's volatile with the gigs. It's volatile.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see, because I used to be in New York City every day. You know what I'm saying? A lot of those trucks, you don't even see them no more. You don't see these vans no more. You see them, and it's only a few left. You know, business look like it went.
No, you see them. I see them.
Yeah,
You see
I be
them.
seeing, I be seeing them.
In comparison to the pandemic, no, because the
Right,
volume and the demand isn't there anymore. People don't have free money to spend. When people had
right.
free money to stimulate the economy, they stimulated the economy. So it was a lot more
Yeah,
freight
I
to
noticed
move,
that with
which
everything.
is
Yeah, I mean,
which is what increased the supply. So now where it's less, the competition is a lot more fierce.
right,
So I'm not telling you what to do, but you threw a monkey wrench in there when you said, "Mama,
right.
listen,
Yeah,
I don't even feel comfortable." You know what I'm saying? Because I don't,
yeah,
but what I told you is you said what your mama said.
right,
So and God bless her, but she told you that because it was a sacrifice. So,
right,
you know, I would make that money stretch, bro. I would start very humbly. I would,
right,
if you don't have a car, then you're gonna have to start doing so. If you don't want to go get a job, then you're gonna have to find something that you can do on your feet. Maybe
right,
labor only. Man, start loading trucks. Go on hire helper or go on moving help. Start loading trucks. Start just loading and unloading trucks. Now
right,
you don't need a car, you don't need a truck, you don't need a van. You just need to find a way to get to each job to go on bell hops, go on
right,
dolly, sign up just as a helper, go on bell hop, sign up as a helper. You probably gonna have to Uber yourself to and fro, but bro, you gotta get you something else because every time you switch over, bro, we lose you.
My fault. I'm here. I'm right here.
Yeah, so without a car, you know, I can't say go do roadie or go do this or go do that because you don't have a car.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I tried Roadie before. Around this market, it didn't seem like it was too worth it. I mean, I caught one request, man. It wanted me to come from Jersey City to LaGuardia. That's about an hour plus. You know what I'm saying? And they was paying like $25.
Well, here's the thing, young man.
Yeah.
The market it's I don't want to say it's saturated, but it's based off supply and demand. It's a lot of supply right now, and it's low demand.
Hmm.
And more people came into the supply. They always open it up right before Christmas. So now you got more people, and we in the quarter where there's less opportunity. So the rates are going to go down because people are willing to do a lot more for less.
Right,
If that's your bread and butter, then some people are just going to be like, I got to. I don't have no choice. This is what I do to pay the bills. I don't have the luxury
right,
of letting this go by. It ain't paying shit, but we're in this part of the year where some people will be like anything be the blank. I was watching a content
Right.
creator earlier that I saluted and said, man, finally someone telling the truth. The guy said, listen, he is a gig tuber. He said, man, this month has been horrible. If it wasn't for my YouTube check, I wouldn't have been able to pay my rent this month. He's a person that it does, and I have to salute him for keeping it a buck. You see what I'm saying? So, the reason why I brought that to your attention is because it's volatile.
Mm-hmm.
So, when I say you got to have X amount of dollars, the main reason I say that is so that, people understand that you need working capital.
Right.
You need to be able to weather the storm. Like all that, we from the mud and shit. Me too. That's why I started with what I had and worked my way up. By the time I did what you trying to do now, man, I had a bag. It wasn't no big deal.
Right.
I started with what I had, but I worked my way up.
Right.
So I had the money to do everything I needed to do.
Right.
Plus money to play with. But by that time, not only did I have the money, I had the knowledge. So as soon as I got to that point, I just transitioned into things that I couldn't do prior to getting the licensing and everything.
Right. All right. Great advice, man. You know what I'm saying? I definitely appreciate everything. You know what I'm saying? And it all makes sense. 100%.
So if you don't want to work, if you don't want to work, you're gonna have to find you something that doesn't require a vehicle. But man, if mama gave you a nickel and she told you, look, you have to make this, bro, don't let mama down.
Right.
That means she sacrificed, bro. And don't be like you said you influence. Don't let somebody influence you out your bag, especially when mama gave it to you, bro.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, just, make a well-informed decision.
All right, man. Thank you. Thank you very much, man.
All right, man. Be safe.
Like said, God bless.
Yes, sir. God bless you, man. Yo, what up? Can't see you though. Gotta come out there dark.
What's up with you, man?
What up? You gotta turn that light on, bit. I can't talk to people unless you driving. That's the only way.
No. Give me a second. I'm about to turn the light on. Give me a second, man. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's up with you?
What up, big dog?
Ain't too much chicken it is, man.
Yes, sir.
Shit, I got. I'm right here. I'm out here in Baltimore, man. I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So right now I drive the trash truck, right?
Yep.
I mean, this year I did like 66, 70, like close to 70, like 66. I got a little part-time shit, right? A little part-time job.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go ahead and get a cargo van. I want to get the box truck, but I know I got like 15 grand saved up. But I know I didn't do my research on the box truck, stuff like that. I know the commercial credit they're gonna want like 20% down because I want to buy, I don't want to rent. I mean, I know renting some people stuff like that, but that might be extra $2,000-3,000 a month that could go in my pocket. So I wanted to go ahead and just I wanted to buy. So I was gonna start with a cargo van. But I was just trying to like, what's your opinion, man? Tell me your honest thoughts. I watch your show, and I know some people out here doing 140, things of that nature, shit like that. 150, 200. But I got about $3,000 a month worth of bills, so I need to be getting at least about $10K a month just to cover the bills, have some money saved, and things like that. What
Talking
you
about
think,
the
man?
cargo van? With a cargo
Yeah,
van?
the cargo van. The
Talking
cargo
about
van.
net or gross?
Gross. I mean, cause at least gross. At least gross. What you think? Realistic?
What you trying to do with the cargo van?
I'm gonna go over the road. In the trash truck, I'm driving 8 to 12 hours a day, so
I
I don't mind.
got a guy that I could hook you up with that can get you a little bit more than that, but you gotta listen to him. If you're not gonna listen to him, then I ain't gonna waste my time.
I'm 100% listening. 100%.
All right, well, I'm gonna put you in tune with somebody that's gonna set you up.
That's
Now,
better.
if I find, now listen, this year, if you're not listening, then I'm cutting you off.
No, I'm okay with that.
So all right, I'm gonna put you in tune with somebody. They're gonna get you straight. You gotta go
All right,
over
that's
the
the
road,
bet.
and you gotta do it. You gotta do what they say. In order to make that type of money over the road, you gotta run. I'm talking
I'm
about.
cool with it.
I'm talking about you not coming home. This guy doing 4,000 consistently every week over the road in a cargo van.
I like that.
Yeah, but
I
he don't go home to make that type of money, bro.
understood. I mean,
All right,
right now I'm doing 60 hours a week plus a little part time. So you get what I'm saying? And I still only making
60
150.
that's 60 hours a week going home. This is
Yeah,
average 4,000 a week sleeping out of a van. It's a different lifestyle, bro.
understood.
Now that's gross. There's cost associated with that now.
Understood.
All right.
I understand that. I'm up for the challenge.
Message me in my Discord, and then I'll connect you.
All right, that's the bet. I appreciate you,
What's your name?
Mike.
All right. All right. I got you.
Thank you. Good luck.
All right. Yep. Hey man, I'm not this year. Hey, you gotta follow directions. You gotta follow directions now. All right, link pin to the top of the chat. Who else we got? Big homie Twig said, "Stop, bro. New Jersey, New York, Roadie is big over there, and they have Roadie XD in New Jersey. It's Philly people who drive over to New Jersey. Facts, but this man said there's no market at all. What is he talking about? Who said there's no market at all? you talking to me or you talking to him? Because this man don't even have a vehicle. So from what they telling me, as far as Roadie in New York, they dropped the rate down to 140. So now if this guy goes out and rents a van, he's got to first make the van payment daily. So are we having the same conversation? This man don't even have a car. So he'll be running Roadie XD if you talking about him in a rental van. So from my understanding, what the gig tubers in New York are saying, and what the people that I notice in New York are saying, that Roadie XD dropped the rate. What is the rate in New York? Jonathan, for Roadie, is it 140 for a 6-hour block? So now a person that's renting a van, he got to come up with the van cost, which is probably just about the same. So he working 6 hours just to cover the cost of the rental van. Does it make sense? Do that make sense? He can't do it with his car because he don't have a car. I don't know, bro. Oh, man. So we're going to work 6 hours just to cover the cost of the rental van. To do a gig app? Orlando, 200 for 8-hour block. Jonathan said they went to 150. So, and how many hours is that for, Jonathan? How many hours is that? 6 hours? His best bet is to buy a vehicle. What I would do if I was him is I'll become a labor only helper for $100 an hour. I'll run my bag up. I'll become a labor only $100 an hour helper. And just have to Uber from job to job until he get where he need to get to so he can go buy a car. And then I would find some shit that I could do with my car. I don't understand why people just want to just run right away. And then when we look at the statistics of the success to failure rate when people start, it's not even close because everybody just want to run. Don't nobody want to crawl. Don't nobody want to stand up and learn how to walk and then start running. All right, we'll start running from the beginning then. I'm not going to fight to tell you don't no more. No. Now, I told him nah because, man, that was his mama gave him the money, man. We had to take this one a little bit different. Can't mess mama money up. So that's the only reason I went a little bit further with him. So, all right, who's next, man? Link pin to the top of the chat. All right, man. Man, it was some little shots that was strong, man. I don't listen. I don't be paying attention to these guys, bro. I don't be paying attention to these guys. These guys want my attention so bad. This guy. First of all, let me say this. You can't say nothing to me and you don't even have a truck. Never owned a truck. Not only do you not have one, you never owned one. If you got to rent, if you are on your channel talking about, he talking about starting a box truck business for stupid people. See, I'm going to tell you what you do. You book the load and then you go rent the truck. And then once you're done with the load, you take the truck back. That's not a business. To be honest with you, I don't even know what that is. On everything I love. We ain't going to say no names because that's what they want. They want my attention so I can put eyes on them. They want to tap into these 40,000 subscribers. So they make videos. Bro, can't nobody say nothing that don't own a truck, that never owned a truck. That's literally said in a video, they go rent a truck every time they book a load. We can't even take you serious. We can't even take you serious. We not even going to respond to that. Because that's the chess move. And we ain't going, no. We need to just sit over there with those no subscribers. You don't even own a truck. You don't even own a truck. You up here trying to give people advice telling them to just rent the truck when you book the load. What is that? That's some, bro, is that a hustle? What is that? I don't know what that is. All these little men, they want ass so bad because they can't figure it out. Somebody else shooting shots, subliminals. Listen, in 720p. People shooting shots in 720p in 2025. Listen, don't throw no shots at me in 720p. Now, this is the other person earlier. Don't throw no shots in 720p. At least if you're going to try to talk shit, man, at least be in 1080p now. Come on now. I'm in 4K. I'm a 4K nigga. I'm in 4K all day. You dig what I'm saying? When you shoot a video, it better be in 4K, at least 1080p. Listen. This is real different. It gets really different. Y'all, people that like to talk shit, I'm telling you, they be the... It's rough out here, boy. Listen, if you could stream in 4K, I would stream in 4K. But they don't let you stream in 4K. I could stream in 4K. I got that Mac Studio. Ooh, we got the Enterprise package. We ain't doing shit in 720p. This is crazy. I told y'all in January it's going to get rough. They need Mark to talk about them so that YouTube check can come up because it's rough out here. Didn't I tell y'all 2 months ago this shit was going to happen? I said wait till January get here. Ooh, it's going to get destitute out in these streets. Man, this YouTube check. Ooh, man, we got to get these YouTube numbers pumping. What can we do? But we ain't finna put eyes on you. We not even responding to that. Link pinned to the top of the chat. Here's another thing, though. Mark always got his link pinned to the top of the chat. We don't respect nobody that do shit that don't pull up. Why? Because it's an open door policy over here. Open door, link pin to the top of the chat right now. And my chime on. So you already know when somebody call up, it's gonna ring. See, me, I ain't the type of person that should go do a video when I could pull up. It'd be different if a person wasn't like a streamer type person who always known for dropping a link. Then okay, but then I'm a link dropper always. So man, to me, it's pinned to the top of the chat now. Man, how motherfucker gonna make a video about a motherfucker that don't own a truck, never had a truck, own the new, own the new, never owned a truck, and rents a truck every time they book a load. So every time you book a load, you gotta run down the Penske. And you know what? I have to, I'm gonna leave that alone. Hey, listen, what I told y'all, I said in January it's gonna get real ugly out here. So people gonna start reaching. Man, we not finna. It's big dog shit, boy. We ain't respond to you. So think you finna? I'm gonna make a video about you so you can tap into my audience. You crazy? That's the oldest trick in the book. And for the record, you can't start it for a nickel. Yeah, I'm standing on it. I'm standing on people. Man, for a whole year and a half, I said, put your bag up. I didn't hear nothing. Crickets around this motherfucker. This is what we heard around this motherfucker. Crickets around this motherfucker. Put your bag up, pimp. Hey, bro, can't nobody say nothing to Big Mark that never owned a truck. What up? Hello?
Hey, yo, hello, can you hear me?
How you doing?
Doing good, Mark, man. What's up with you?
Oh, man, we blessed, man. The Lord has been good.
Most definitely.
He been good.
Hey, man, you a different kind of breed, man.
Hey, God been good. It's different.
Nah, most
It's
definitely.
It's ugly out here. They talking this shit in 720p. Hey, there's 720p. Boy, when they stopped making 720p TVs? That was about 2011, 2012. They started with 1080p.
Over 10 years ago.
Hey, man, listen. And to the other guy, listen, get you a truck. Or at least rent a truck week to week. Get you a week to week, and then maybe.
Right. Booking the load and then going to go rent the truck is crazy. That's crazy work.
Bro, these cats got a lot of nerve on the internet. You book a truck. Man, see, man, you can't listen to this guy. See, you can start for under 5. You just gotta book the load, then go get the truck. Hey, and to the other content creator we had to swap, we cool again, but this what I say why you shouldn't jump the gun. And everybody that I before it was deleted that I saw ride, yeah.
Who MC are they messing up doing this?
Hey man, we ain't gonna get light to these people, bro, because they on the struggle bus. These are struggling. Listen, these are struggling business people. These are struggling they want they just want me to just say their name so bad, but we not gonna do it. And I'm not talking about Kirk. I ain't talking about Kirk because I have to say this because Kirk could think you talking about him and shit. Kirk, I'm not talking about you. Okay. Wiseman season 3. Okay. Wiseman season 3. Kirk, I'm not talking about you, but you jumped the gun. The man done ran 1,400 miles for 1,100 all. This guy? This the guy? This who we talking about. Listen, y'all need to find somebody that's credible. Find you somebody that's credible now. You can't come to a vet. You on the new. I was out 2 years before you got in on the retirement. I've been sitting there talking shit for 2 years. What's up, big dog? What's going on, big dog?
What's up, man? So I've been watching you for a minute. You know, I seen you started in the Avalanche, man, and you grinded your way up.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, with my situation, right, I started in 2023. When I had box truck money from the beginning. I wasn't working with no cargo van money, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Went and bought the box truck April of 2023. Of course, you know, I was watching the Instagram, seeing everybody making all this money. So I'm like, all right, I'm finna jump into it. I jumped into it, started running under somebody else's numbers for pretty much the whole first year.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, was really making just enough money to keep the business going. You know, I wasn't trying to rob from the business to pay my rent and stuff like that.
Mm.
So, man, we still running to this day. I still got one truck, uh, and I'm also dispatching for four other carriers. I got them signed on under my DOT numbers, and it's been, you know, it's been on the up and up. It's been working out. I ain't really had no issues out of none of the owner operators. They all be on point, making their drop offs and stuff on time.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, I'm really kind of getting tired of the over the road and you know, just booking the loads every day.
Mm.
So I'm trying to find a way to pivot to either have more consistent work from the brokers, or I might just start a moving company. You know, I'm really kind of torn between the two.
Mm.
So, yeah, yeah. But I mean, you know, it's been all right. It's still been paying the bills and stuff. I'm just kind of getting tired of dealing with the booking the load. You know, I'm still on the load board, mind you. Sometimes I have a broker call me, say, "Hey, I got this load going from here to here that I've done some business with in the past." But for the most part, man,
Mm-hmm.
we still eating what you killed for the day.
Mm. So you saying you just getting by still?
A little bit more than just getting by.
How many people? You got one truck, you said?
Yeah, one company owned truck and then four owner operators.
So the company owned truck, who's driving it?
One of my drivers, a driver that I have employed through my company.
Why you not driving?
I started driving in the beginning.
Wait. So you said you tired of booking the loads?
It's yeah, I'm getting tired of booking the loads because it's not really consistent. You
How old
know,
are you, big dog? How old are you? How old are you, bro? How
I'm
old are you?
23.
You you talking on the phone all day.
Man,
That's all you
yeah,
doing is talking on the
yeah, I'm
phone,
talking
and
on the
you
phone all
tired of it.
day.
Don't start no moving company, bro. Get off my line. Go do something else, bro. You tired of talking on the phone? And you talking about
I
you
ain't
want to
even gonna
start a
say I'm
moving
tired of
company?
talking on the phone. If I could have a more consistent way of getting the money coming in,
Find a consistent way of getting the money coming in. That's your fault. You talking on the phone talking about you tired. You want to have this conversation with me, big dog, or not? I'm going to give you an easy way out because the old Mark is back. 2024 Mark back. I tried to come different. I tried to be this nice guy. Fuck all of that. You want to talk or you don't? Because I'm finna go there. What you
I'm
want to do?
listening.
I'm going to give you a
I'm
way
listening.
out. I'm going to give you a way out. How you tired of talking on the phone? All you doing is connecting the dots. How you tired of connecting dots? If you tired of connecting dots, what makes you think you're going to be successful as a mover? You want to start a labor-intensive business and you sitting at home connecting dots and you tired. But then when I jump down y'all throat, y'all get all sad and mad at me in the comment section.
I ain't part of that group.
I hear what you said, but I finna go there with you, and there's gonna be some people in the replay video talking about don't listen to this guy and this goofy shit. That shit goofy as hell. You just said that you want to start a moving company because you're tired of whatever. Then I said, well, man, who driving the truck? Some just done. Well, you got your driver driving the truck. So you ain't even driving the truck. So as far as the physical aspect of being over the road, driving, all that, you're not even doing that. You just sitting at home connecting dots. You a dot connector, which is what some people aspire to be. So now you
I
found a
may
way
have
to
misspoke a little bit on the tired of dispatching part. It's just a little frustrating on trying to connect them dots consistently.
So you dropping the ball with keeping your truck moving consistently.
Nah, I wouldn't say we dropping the ball. Everybody's still running profitable.
So when you say you getting tired of, what are you getting tired of again? Talking? I'm trying to understand. What are you tired of? If the truck is moving, okay. So what are you tired of? What's the problem? You want the truth, right?
All the way.
So what you tired of? You don't even know. I'm asking you, what you tired of?
Yeah, talking.
Talking to connecting the dots? Okay, what makes you tired of talking? You 23. What makes you tired? What's frustrating? What's so frustrating? What's frustrating you with talking?
Really the negotiating part. You know, every day calling in trying to negotiate the best rate per mile for these loads.
Okay, how is that frustrating? That's what you signed up for.
That is what I signed up for.
So how is it
Four to
frustrating
four
to
to
you?
five four to five trucks solo on the daily.
Are you
You
trolling
know,
me? You fucking with me, right? You trolling me, right?
nah, I ain't trolling.
I ain't got time for that, bro. I'm too old for that shit. You serious? Bro, you start a moving company, what you think you're gonna have to do? You're gonna talk to customers all day, every day. If you got a successful company, the phone gonna keep ringing. If you tired of talking, you think you gonna not get tired of lifting? You think you gonna start a moving company and not be on the truck? I'm asking you. You want to have the conversation? We
Nah,
having it.
I'd be cool starting out. You
Nah,
know,
you gotta be cool.
moving some of the
Period.
stuff.
You gotta be cool. Period. You know why? Because guess what? In 2020, guess what I had to do? Get back out there.
I'd go jump back in the truck right now if I got to.
Bro, you already ready. You already saying you want to transition because you tired of talking on the phone. I don't understand how you tired of talking on the phone. I don't like, I'm trying to. And then you want to transition into moving, that's labor. What do you want to do, bro? You just want to make money and don't have no to do with nothing. You just want the money to just come in the account every day, right?
I'm sure everybody would love that.
No, they don't, because some people make fun of me for being in the house. When you make it to that point, oh, well, you ain't out here. But then when you out here, you'll love to be in the house. I don't understand this society, bro. This society is weird nowadays. Well, here's the thing, young man. I'm going to tell you like it is, young man. If you want to get to the point where your money actually works for you, you have to first work for money. You got to build up the nest egg so that you have enough money so that you can appropriate it in the different places where it can work for you. You 23. You ain't lived long enough to get to that point unless somebody done handed you something, unless you won something. That's the only way you're going to get to that point at 23, unless you inherited something, you won it. Have you won any money?
Nah, I ain't want no money.
Have
I
you
ain't want no
inherited?
money.
Have you inherited a large lump sum of money? All right. Well, then guess what? I hate to be the bearer of bad news. You're gonna have to earn it. You're gonna have to earn it, young man. So that means you're gonna have to
That's
work.
not bad news.
Okay, but here's the thing: you found a way to make money by connecting dots, and that's tiring to you. But then you say you want to pivot into something that will possibly injure you. Listen. 2020, 2021, and 2022, I beat my body to shit. Now, 2010, 2011, 2012, and early part of 2013, I was a lot younger. I worked very, very hard to remove myself, but I was in my early 30s. When I'm telling you this shit is tough, it's tough. So, coming from that cloth of labor, knowing what it entails, and you telling me you're tired of negotiating on the phone, put yourself in my shoes. How I'm looking at this situation right now.
It look a little crazy.
But if you want to transition, bro. I just don't understand how you tired of connecting dots. Here's the thing: the richest people could connect dots. Once you remove yourself from the day, you still have to delegate. You have to negotiate. Even if you get to a build some big company and you sitting at the top, it's still negotiations. If these little negotiations are bothering you, what happens if you ever get to a higher status when the negotiations are probably going to be much more stressful because you're dealing with larger numbers and smaller margins? Or you have money and that money is working for you and you have to figure out, it's now the time to buy, it's now the time to sell. Should I take profits on this? Should I sell this building? Should I invest in this building, in this neighborhood? Like, life and business is about decisions and negotiations. What is it you want to do? I don't hear, and this is, I just don't understand. Like, I don't even, what do you want to do?
I mean, I'm figuring that out right now.
So what you need from me? To keep it a buck with you?
Yeah. Yeah, what's your thoughts on the situation?
Man, I think you tweaking. I gotta hit the button on you.
You tweaking.
Alright. Alright.
You found a way
I
to
can
make
kind of
money
see why
from
you saying
talking on the
I
phone.
see why you saying that.
Yeah, because you said you tired. You wake up, you talk on the phone in your boxer shorts or your t-shirt from your house. You got 4 other trucks that's running under your authority, right? And you got a driver driving your truck. So you make money from the house, right? And you're tired. I don't know what is that, the only thing is to win the lottery. If you tired of that type of work, I don't know what else to tell you, big dog. Work is work. Some work is harder. You found a way to make money without leaving the house. There's a lot of people that wish they could do what you're doing right now.
I might just need to do something different then, because maybe this ain't really exciting me how it used to. I used to really be excited for it.
Hey, bro, work is work. Y'all young cats, bro, y'all. Work is work, bro. We never really looked at work. Let me keep it a buck with you. I've never liked nothing. I ain't never liked nothing. You think carrying people's furniture up and down flights of stairs on a 95-degree day is fun?
Nah.
What'd your mother do for a living? If you don't mind me asking.
Human resources.
What about your father? Did he work?
Mm-hmm.
Did they like going to work every day?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
All
Some
right.
days better
All
than
right.
others.
Some people love their job. They love what they do, but they're not in love with it. My mother, she's an educator. She's retired. She loves educating, but she complained every day she went to work. Why? Because she taught in a public school system with an overcrowded classrooms. She's the nicest since she's been retired. Growing up in her household, strict, like an old teacher would be strict. That's how it was in the household. Why? Because she's been dealing with kids all day. She's the nicest little old lady now. Ever since she retired, she's just nice. Why? Because people love what they choose as a career. That was a generation when people chose a career because they loved to do it, but they weren't in love with it. Nobody wants to get up every day for 30-some years and same over and 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 over for 30-something years until they can retire. You know why people do it? Because they have to.
Yeah.
I was placed in a situation where God presented me with something that I had no desire to do. But once I realized it was a blessing, I pushed forward. And I kept doing it. I kept building. I kept growing. But the physical aspect of it wasn't fun. Even once I removed myself having to deal with different personalities every single day, that shit wasn't fun. Crab in a barrel mentality. That shit wasn't fun, bro. All the shit that goes along with running a business in a community isn't fun. None of that shit was fun. It was great. I appreciate God for blessing me with it, but I set a plan. Just like your parents do, they start a career and they work it 30, 35 years, and they throughout their 35 years of working, they set money aside for their retirement, for everything, investments and shit like that. It's the same thing with this. Very few people really find something that they love to do and make a career out of it. Most people hate what they do. Or they don't. They might care about it, but they ain't in love with it. They do it because they have to. Now, I'm not saying you got time. You only 23. Go find something you love.
Yeah. I mean, I'd always
Go
rather
find
do
something
what I
you
want
love.
to do.
All right, well, go find something that you want to do. But if you making money, I don't understand what's so hard about talking on the phone.
It ain't even that hard. To keep it all the way a buck. It's not.
You just don't want to do it no more. It's probably more to the story. You're probably dealing with issues with the drivers and shit like that. It's probably shit that you ain't telling me.
I mean, so really the main issue do be the drivers, because the people I'm working with are, they're owner operators, but somebody else owns the truck and they also put a driver in their truck. And I'm almost managing their company for them because they kind of green to the industry. I'm always trying to tell them, what to expect and how the game go and stuff like that. So
They
I'm
older
pretty
than
much
you.
managing the
They
company
older than
for
you,
them.
right? They older than
Oh,
you,
for
right?
sure. For
They
sure.
not gonna respect you. They older than you, and they don't even have their own authority.
No, I make sure that everybody has their own authority. Yeah, they got
So are you dispatching them or they leased on to you?
they leased on, but they run it under it's still their company on the side of this truck on the road.
Whose authority they running under?
Both of ours. So sometimes I'll book a load under my authority if they can't get it under theirs if they're too new.
These four companies, these four trucks that you dealing with on it, not your truck, the other four. Whose authority are they running under?
They're running under mine.
Okay. And these guys are older than you, right? They in their 40s, 30s.
Yeah, 30s, 40s.
Okay. How long have they been in this trucking thing?
The newest one is 6 months.
What about the oldest one?
Oldest one is a year and 4 months.
All right. So you dealing with what I talk about all the time. You dealing with a bunch of ignorance.
Yeah.
They don't respect you. And it's a headache for you. See, now we getting somewhere. You having a hard time dealing with the people. How long you been watching my channel?
Off and on for about a good year.
Okay, have you ever heard me say, man, dealing with people is going to be one of the hardest things?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you have it. You dealing with 4 people that don't know shit but think they know everything. Just like a bunch of the people that we see running around the internet. They think they got it all. Man, you can rent the truck when you book the load and all this crazy shit. So it's something that you have to figure out, which if you want to deal with it or you don't want to deal with it. But here's the thing. If you continue to deal with people in this space that lack the knowledge, you're going to continue to deal with a bunch of ignorance, and it's going to be frustrating. So now you see my plight. All right. The difference between me and you is I don't have to deal with it. You don't have to deal with it either. But if you want to make money, then you're going to have to deal with it. I had to deal with it, bro. You building a business, you're going to have to deal with people. You're going to have to deal with personalities. You're going to have to finesse the shit. You're going to have to know when to lean on people, know when to let certain shit go, know that people going to bring their problems to work with them. They may attempt to take it out on their coworker. It may cost you money because their mind is discombobulated because of some shit that happened at home. This is what having a business entails. And if you are not mentally strong enough to deal with these types of headaches, then yeah, you probably doing the right thing. I just wish you would have just kept it a buck with me from the beginning. I didn't have to pull it out of you. So you just don't like dealing with the people. The people get on your nerves.
Yeah, they just, the common sense is out the window. And
All right, well,
that right there be frustrating.
hey man, a lot of these cats don't got common sense. They renting trucks. They renting trucks and booking loads and renting trucks, and they doing all this craziness. That's the new age of this industry that we in. It ain't like how back in the day. I'm an OG. So a lot of these young cats, we don't kind of agree. And I get it. It's a disconnect. And I understand it. But if you want to start a business, you're going to have to deal with people, bro. That's just the unfortunate thing. And, you know, dealing with people's personalities is something you're going to have to deal with. If I was you, I would just, I think you thinking into it too much.
Okay.
I think you thinking into it too much. I know you young, and it feels like babysitting probably sometimes, but that's just something you have to. That's just something you're gonna have to deal with until you get to where you want to get to, bro. Trust me. At my peak, bro, I was dealing with 20-some, 30 people, bro. You know, and sometimes it was just like babysitting. And I've talked about it plenty of times. We've had employees come up on the channel.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna deal
I
with it
don't
and
care if
figure
you go
something
open
out.
a restaurant. I don't care if you go open a general merchandise store. I don't care what you do. Anything you open up that you have to rely on employees, you're going to have to deal with personalities. You don't have human resources, bro. You a one-man show. You a small business. Human resources does that in, big box stores and Fortune 500 companies and things of that nature. You are operations, you are the CEO, the president, you are human resources. You the fleet manager, you everything. So all those human resource duties, you got to do it. If you don't think you can handle that, then you might want to. But if you the captain of the ship, you can't let them see you sweat. You got to stand on business.
For sure.
But if you're not mentally strong enough to handle it, then because I know y'all young cats, y'all mental health is
Don't put me in
y'all
that
ain't.
boat. I ain't over there.
I gotta put you in that boat. I gotta put you in that boat. I'm putting all y'all in the boat because all y'all ride together. So I'm gonna ride. You in that boat. I can't help when you was born. You was born when you was born. So I gotta put you in that boat. Now I like talking to y'all, but y'all gotta be more realistic here. Ain't shit gonna get handed to you out here. You gotta work for everything. And it comes with time. I wish I could live. I can't even say that. You know why? Because the situation that I'm in now, I'm appreciative of everything that I have and everything that I went through. When you get shit handed to you, especially at a young age, you don't appreciate the shit. You got to go through the trials and tribulations so that when you get to a certain point, you don't fuck it up because you look back on everything that you went through to get to that point and you appreciate it. You take care of it. You gotta weather the storm. If you don't want to deal with people, then you have to build a business that doesn't involve people. But if you want to grow this type of business the way you're doing it, then you're gonna have to deal with people and personalities. And maybe everyone may not have a business acumen as you do. They may not be well versed as you are. They may not take the extra time to do their due diligence to, be mentally where you're at. And I see it too. I deal with it here, just creating content. Everybody's mental capacity ain't on the same level, and it's not to downplay. But a lot of people, they'll watch my content. They see one video and then they'll judge me off the video, and then they won't go back and look at the other video. They don't know how long I've been doing this, how old I am. They just shoot. But the reason why I have success with my channel and so many people that watch me, they apply the information that's successful is because everything that you going through, I went through that shit over a decade ago. I didn't have to deal with employees. I know what it's like. I've had employees that started with me at the very beginning that grew with me, turned on me, started counting my motherfucking pockets, all type of shit, bro. You gonna go through all that shit. That just come along with it, bro. The more successful you get, if you having an issue right now with people, get some success. You saying you making a little money, get successful. If you can't handle this shit, get really, really successful. You ain't seen shit yet. The more successful you become, the harder it is going to be to deal with people, especially our own people.
Yeah. Okay.
You just 23. I'm 40. I'll be 45 next month. If you can't handle this, don't get successful because you ain't gonna be able to handle what's gonna come with that.
Okay.
They giving you a hard time now. Oh my God. Whew. Get 10 more people under your authority and go buy 10 more trucks.
I'm gonna have to deal with more people. I'm gonna be forced to.
Okay, so now you're gonna deal with more. Now you're gonna deal with more personalities, and you're gonna deal with the people seeing you grow. Then you're gonna deal with the people that's older than you, jealous of you. You're gonna deal with that. So not only you gonna deal with the shit you dealing with, then the hate gonna start.
Yeah, they gonna be in them comments. I'm gonna be somewhere all the way out the way. So
No.
I'm gonna be
It's
reading.
you gonna hear it because you're gonna have the whistleblowers. Them are gonna be the guys that's gonna start calling you at 10 o'clock at night. Yeah, so and so on the truck talking about you. Da, da, da. But don't tell them I said, because they trying to get the brownie points, because in 2 or 3 days they know they're gonna have to call you to get an advance because they done blew through their paycheck. See, we can have all these conversations. I done been there.
I done sent some advances.
Okay, so see what I'm saying? See, I'm not. See how I'm telling you this because I've been through it. You gotta do like dealing with people. It's an art to it. It's an art to it, and I know how you feel because I felt it. But you're gonna have to persevere, man, because this is what comes along with it. And I'm being honest with you. You ain't seen nothing yet. Continue to grow and be more successful.
Okay.
Hey, bro, I see you in the back. I'm not finna. Listen. I see you in the back. You gotta wait your turn. I'm gonna bring you up, but check it out. This is my show. I'm talking to a young man, giving him advice. I'm gonna bring you up. Call back up. I'm gonna bring you up. I'm not gonna stop what I'm doing with him, giving him this OG advice to bring you up to go back and forth with you. I'm gonna go back and forth with you. But if you can't respect the fact that I'm giving this young man advice, then that just lets me know that you just want clout. If you want to have an educated debate, we can have that. But right now, I'm giving this young man some advice. And if you can't respect that, then I mean, and matter of fact, it's somebody up in the chat that was waiting before you. It ain't no get back, bro. This ain't. Let me do something real quick. Let me. I'm not gonna rush you. What else you need, young man?
That's it. I'm gonna continue to watch and support, and yeah. I think I'm gonna keep going though.
Keep
That's
going,
it.
bro. Don't let, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Anything you do, and you become successful, you gonna have it's more success, more problems.
Say less. I'm gonna just have to get ready for them problems then, and
Get
know
ready
how
for the
to handle the
problems.
problems whenever they come.
Hey, the more problems you got, look in your bank account and let me know.
Should
You
be
ain't
some
got
more
no.
dollars.
If you ain't having no problems, you ain't making no money.
Yeah.
So just off the mere fact that you telling me you having issues, just let me know that you okay. Keep creating more. Keep creating more scenarios. Don't let people stop you, bro. If I'd have let people stop me, I wouldn't even be here talking to you. Bro, I'm not even talking to you, bro. Man, let me bring this buddy up, man. Come on up, bro. I ain't even talking to you, bro. But come on up. Call the link. I'm gonna pull you up. I'm gonna
wait around and see what this is finna do.
Man, you know how it is, man. You know, cats always want to come at Big Mark. You dig what I'm saying? Because I'm the biggest. I'm the big dog. These guys.
Oh
I'm
man, just
the
soak the
big
game
dog.
up.
Huh?
That's all I can tell everybody is just soak up the game. It is what it is.
Man done told me you can start a box truck business for under $5,000. I'm a fool. They telling me I'm a fool. The guy that's at the crib. That's the one already. I'm a fool. You
I don't see him saying that no more though. They
Nah,
not.
he
I
gonna
ain't
say
really
he
seen
gonna
nobody.
come up here and say it. I'm gonna let him up here too. I don't know. Maybe he just found my channel, and maybe he don't understand why that clip there was more context to that clip. But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. We give, we don't, when you create content, people gonna say what they're gonna say. I just, it just is what it is, bro. You can't. That's why I tell a young guy the other 2 weeks ago came to me, say he wanted to create content, asked me to advise him, and he said, but I'm just scared of what people gonna say about me. I said, don't do it, because people are gonna say something about you. They're gonna scrutinize you. That's the point. Whether they scrutinize you fairly with merit or whether they completely do it unjustly and lie. You're putting yourself on that's gonna happen. So I told him, don't do it. I'm gonna bring them up, but I just wanted to make sure I got you out the way first, because this conversation is serious, and I don't want you to give up based on people. Just keep pushing. You the boss. You the problem. All the decisions are going. You making all the decisions. These guys are older than you and can't run their own business. How you older than a 23-year-old and got your own authority?
Yeah, at least take the time out to learn it before you jump in. All
right, but see, that's what a lot of people don't want to do. They don't want to learn. That's my biggest thing. But bro, if you need anything, man, you know where to find me.
For sure. Appreciate you.
All right, bet. Man, now I normally don't do this. There's somebody in the back that was waiting before you, but we're gonna bring you up, man. What's going on? Yeah, cut your mic on. Wes, I'm gonna bring you up too. I'm gonna bring we can't hear you.
You hear me?
Now I can. What's going on?
All right, what's going on, bro? Look, hey, first off, look, all due respect, though, that video wasn't even to disrespect you or nothing like that, though.
I know.
Huh?
You didn't talk about my mama or nothing.
Oh, yeah. I just put a cap on top of the video. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm saying, though, bro. I absolutely started a box truck business for under $5,000, and I'm still in business, and I do own a truck. If you listen to my video, what I'm saying you putting the steps was backwards.
I put the steps backwards?
Yeah, from what I saw on the video, yeah.
You look. So that video was a clip from a live stream. So when I'm in these live streams, I'm cooking, I'm just talking shit. I just clipped it up, threw it out, threw a title on it, because I knew people like you would do what you just did. I appreciate you too.
Like me. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
People like me, let's go.
That's free promotion.
Hey.
But what you saying? Tell me how you start your box truck business for under 5,000. The people want to know.
Hey, if you saw the video though, I formed my entity, $70.
Mm-hmm.
Application was $300.
You in California, right?
I'm in California.
All right. Yo, you registered in California.
Registered in California.
Gavin Newsom,
California.
Let's cook.
The Fire, California.
Let's cook.
Now, FMCSA application $300. UCR $38. BOC 3 $30. Right? So we had $438 right there. I put the receipt of my insurance was $11.52. Now this the part where your fans and your people coming at me, getting at me crazy, right? this where they getting at me crazy. Now I had to pull up.
This the biggest community. It's the biggest box truck community. You see,
and this where this where you hyped them to get at me. Look, it ain't no.
I didn't hype. I didn't see your video. No, somebody else reacted to your video. Somebody else reacted to your video, and they tagged me to that.
And look, this how much. Look, this how for real I am, though, bro. Like Isaiah, I see him up in here.
Yeah, they in the green room now. They soon as you popped up, they in the green room.
They own me.
Them young boys. They hungry. They hungry.
Now, this is what I'm saying. Though, bro. So we had what? I said 400 and then 1152 for the insurance, right?
Yeah.
So that'll be at that. We had 1552. I put the receipts up. I put everything up, right? For the because like this is what I'm saying. We talking about startup, right?
Yeah.
Startup. You talk about low bars. Hey, I've been in business over it. I mean, well, I'm approaching a year right now. I
Okay.
have yet to be asked for a low bar yet. Now I understand. That's what you're gonna need when you progress in the business and you grow and you know you get some seniority with these brokers. I understand. That's what you 100% need this equipment. But starting off, all I'm saying is get your bare necessities first. Pallet jack, gloves, some straps, Amazon, $60, right?
Right.
So now, if I get that, I'm at 1152. I get the straps for $60. I'm at what? 11 6 12, right?
You at
Something like that.
$1,100?
I mean 16 12, excuse me, somewhere up in there. 16 12 up in there.
Okay.
With the straps. All right, pallet jack, $1,500. I mean, $150. Right? Offer up all day. That's all I'm giving is an alternative to what you're saying. I ain't trying to, like, your boys and got me scared. Hey, I ain't supposed to be up here. Hey, but this is what I'm saying. Now, this is the part, you know what I'm saying? This is the part where it gets tricky. When I say, all right, don't worry about the truck right now. Right?
Now, you know I'm an OG. Before you go for it, you know I'm an OG. You know I'm an OG, right?
Hey, this
you
what
understand
this? Mark.
Okay.
This is what I'm gonna say to you, Mark. With all due respect, though, bro, I'm subscribed to your channel, bro.
Okay.
I listen to you. I ain't, hey, bro, and maybe this is one of the 48 laws of power that I failed upon trying to outshine the master, but that's not what I'm trying to do. Okay. It's not what I'm trying to do, bro. What I'm trying to do is let people know, hey, you can do it. You can, because I'm living proof. I'm really doing this. I'm not playing. I see Isaiah, he acting like he the feds over there. He want to know everything and shit like that, like a nigga doing something illegal. It's like, nah, bro. Like, scared a nigga truthfully. Scared a nigga truthfully. I'm like, hey, bro, like, who is you?
Hey, they done dug everything up on you. They done sent everything to me. I'm like, damn, how y'all get all this shit? God damn.
So with all this being said, though, this is what I'm saying. And, you know, I talk shit. I talk $1 million worth of shit, though, bro. I'm a real human being at the end of the day. I'm respectful. I know when to show respect. Hopefully I can get some respect, but this is what I'm saying. Now, we at the part where I say, start building your relationships first, right?
Okay.
We at that part of the video where I say, build your relationships first. And I say, don't worry about the truck, because I'm going off your rental scenario, bro.
Okay.
That's what I'm going off of. I'm going off your rental scenario. So with your rental scenario, all right, you saying get a truck for the whole week.
Hell yeah. And how else would you do it?
I'm the way I did it.
So you renting the truck day to day? Like, man, let me book a load, go get a truck.
Listen, because look, I didn't talk to it ain't like I said, I didn't talk to no broker. I didn't call a broker and say, hey, okay, let me get this load. We locked in at this rate center, Raycon. I booked it the night before. Already got my rental agent on the lines. So once I booked that load, I hit him with the reservation. Man, hey, look, I'm coming to pick this truck up in the morning. That's what I'm saying, bro. Everybody ain't gonna go through that situation. Everybody ain't gonna go through that scenario. But you gotta understand, I'm fresh. I'm fresh in the game.
So you booking the truck based on when you get a load or not?
That I started off like that for a good month, yeah. For a good little minute. And then by me building more relationships, because like I said, Coyote Logistics, they ain't letting you get on to 30 days. It was only 2 brokers I was able to work with, C.H. Robinson and TQL. And then I'll find some little small ones from the board. So yeah, I had to go as I go instead of spending all this upfront money, then it's not guaranteed I'm gonna get nothing as I go. And I know, like I said, these companies have their own load boards. So I don't have to call a broker. I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse and spend all this money and then I just be asked out. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying.
How is putting the cart before the horse renting a truck or buying a truck and this, that, and the third? Like, I don't like, I hear what you saying, but like, for you to say that, me telling people that, okay, you say you watch the channel, right? So you see all these scenarios come up here. You hear the people saying, man, I had to put this much down for my rental truck. I had to put that much down for my rental truck. I had $10,000. So if the majority, and you know the statistics of the people that fail in the first year, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so how are you debunking what's real?
Because this is what I'm saying. On your video, now, you tell me now it was sliced up from a live and stuff like that. You tell me now, though.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it from, oh, this is a video that's out, right?
Mhm.
And like I said, though, I'm looking at it like I saw the first comment on the video. Older white man tell you, look, I've done it.
Mm-hmm.
I've done it. He said he done it for about almost the same amount I done it for. You know what I'm saying? I think what you did with that video was, your video was more, I'm not gonna say worst case scenario, it was more being more whole than starting off. I think you was talking about a complete business opposed to starting out the business. And so that's where I would say, wait, it's totally possible to do it, because you said you put on the video it's impossible. And all I'm saying, no, it's possible, bro. That's all I'm saying. It's possible. So with me renting a truck, right? Now y'all got it all messed up. I went 1,400 miles. Come on, bro. And I didn't go 1,400 miles.
You posted that. You
No, I
posted that.
didn't.
They
said
posted it and screenshotted it.
the rate con is on the video. I went 350 miles up, 350 miles back. Just starting out. So one of your boys, oh, you went 1,400 miles for under $1 a mile. They try to hit me with the, like, I don't understand. Oh, the gas is gonna be, I grossed $11.50. I netted $5.45 my first day out. Because like I said, I did this within 2 weeks of my insurance coming back. So I had to do something. Hey, I gotta pay this insurance, like I said. Because at the time, starting out, that was my most important cost to keep my business going. That's what I had to do to keep my business going. Because like I said, I was coming in to play the long game. To play the long game. So if I look, I hear you, bro. Very informative. Right? Very informative. So when I hear what you're saying on these videos, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, look, bro, I know a lot of box truck companies fail. I know this. So I'm saying, okay, I'm trying to play the long game, bro. I can't put all this money up right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I hear what you're saying. Okay, what's next is supposed to be working capital. Come on, I listen. Working capital. So, all right, if my budget is $5,000, and I spent 27 total, right? I still got $2,300 working capital. So, okay, and I was only at 1,800 spent when I booked the load. So when I booked the load and got the truck and all that, that sent me up to 2,600. I still got 2,400 left on top of the 500 profit that I made. And I just been inching like that, inching out there, instead of just saying, oh, I'm supposed to go, just start off, go OTR. I'm about to, knowing these brokers are not dealing with me. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
How much did I say it was to structure your business?
You said about 500 in some states. You said some states.
Now what did I say after that? I said because y'all don't want to do it yourself.
Do it yourself. Exactly. You did say that. You did.
All right. So see, these where I talk about these narratives. You know why I said that? Because most of the people that come up here, I asked them, man, how much did it cost you to structure your business? They give me these outrageous numbers, 500, 750, 1,000. Because they playing all these people to do something that they can do themselves. Somebody came up here and said they spent 10,000 with somebody for them to structure their business and get their MC and DOT. So when I create content, I'm creating the content based off what people are saying. I'm not no fool. My content is created based on the majority.
So when I said, and you know, I don't know who felt offended by this, because people, hey, bro, but I don't give a fuck at the end of the day. But this is what I'm saying, though, bro. At the end of the day, when I say, hey, this is box truck for dummies, because people just jumping into these businesses, they just jumping into stuff. They get a little small bag and they say, you know what, I'm about to jump into this, and you know what, I'm not even about to do my research on nothing.
So
I'm not about to do my research on nothing. So I go ahead.
So if you saying what I say all the time, so what type of content? Like I've said it plenty of times, we can't talk about intermediate and advanced shit because I'm steady talking this basic shit. So how do you present content? I don't call people dummies. You call them dummies.
No, I said box trucks for dummies.
Okay, but you understand. Here's the thing. I talk to a lot of people that are in this space and coming into this space. And I've said it plenty of times. If you watch my call-in shows from the past season or two, you see the mindset of most of the people that come up here.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't. You're basically reiterating what I always say.
But this is what I'm saying.
You went out and put a video because here's the thing. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you cook.
I take that mindset and I'm saying, don't do that. And I said, this is how I did it. I said, this is how I got my insurance like this. All right, instead of putting all 48 states, I'm just starting out. You're starting. This is all about startup. This is not about midterm, long term. This is starting out. This is a new venture, right? So starting out, right? As a businessman, hey, one of the number one things you want to do is cut costs. So this is what I'm saying. I'm trying to get some insight on that. Hey, look, starting now, I didn't put all 48 states. I did not, and I said, stop going through insurance agents. Try to find an insurance company where you could go direct because you're cutting out the middleman, which is the agent, which is going to save you a lot of money. These agents
I disagree with that. Brokers are going to get you the best deal.
They got to get paid. Look,
and they still gonna get you, and they're gonna get you to. If you, I say it all the time. If you find a broker that's working for you, he's gonna save you a lot more money than if you went directly through the company. Everybody that goes directly through a company get ripped off.
Now, this is where I say you get ripped off going direct through a company. I don't know about price, but I know about somebody being hands-on, somebody that'll work with you, somebody that really got. I ain't gonna say just your total overall best interest at heart, but you talking to a human, opposed to. Now you got to go directly to a company that you ain't even fit to get nobody on the line that give a shit. So I say,
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
When
you talking to a person? You talking to a person both ways, ain't you?
I'm talking, but by you not going through a person who's your agent, opposed to like my insurance company. I got a call through. I'm just talking to customer service. I'm not talking.
You got Progressive or Byberg? Which one you got?
Byberg. So okay. I'm not talking to a point of contact. I'm talking to a general person.
What is that? Okay? A broker is a general person.
All right. I understand what you said.
You know how I knew that you had either Progressive or Byberg?
My receipt on my insurance.
I didn't look at that shit. It's just because those pretty much the only two companies you can really deal with directly without going through a broker. Here's the thing.
You got Milepost. You got a couple of more. It's a lot of people you can go direct to.
Here's the thing. How can you get a cheaper rate than having someone that's on the inside shop you?
It's like I said, I didn't put all 48 states. So I played the role of the agent.
So what states did you put?
I put up to 300 miles. Starting off.
So basically what you did, this is where I talk about the narratives. You talking to a guy who's talking to people who are looking to start a OTR business.
Yeah, but
we finding out you only put 300 miles. No, I said
that on the video. So you gotta watch the video before you let. You letting your fan. You getting
no. Because I see no. I see what you're doing. You took my video, and you claiming you're debunking it when you just said you know what audience I'm talking to, but you making it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about.
Say that again. I was reading the comments. Say that again.
You just said that you know who I was targeting it to, But yet and still, you created it and made it seem like I didn't know what I was talking about. When
I didn't say
basically,
you. I didn't say that.
listen, when I'm talking to people who are starting this business. They going OTR, meaning they don't have a radius. They're not limiting nothing. They're starting this business to start this business. They not cutting corners. You talking about you ain't going to all states. You only going 300 miles. You ain't getting all this equipment. You renting a truck as you need it and shit like that. Okay, if that's how you did it, fine. But most people that start a business, they starting a business, man. They not cutting these types of corners that you talking about.
It's no corner that I cut. It's no corner that I cut. Is
Bro,
what I'm saying.
You're running 300 miles. You don't even have all 48 to 50 states on your
like
insurance policy.
Like I said, how I started. Look, nobody's paying important attention to the most important word of the title. How I started. That's not how I ended. I run OTR right now. That's not how I ended. I have a truck right now. I said how I started.
And my video said how you start.
Yeah. So now I have an alternative to your methods. That's all I'm saying. This is alternatives.
Your methods are and keep it a buck. Are they all above board? Because see, I don't talk about shit that's below board. I'm not going to set nobody up to run under the table. Because you also said that you didn't run an electronic log, run an interstate.
Yeah, so you saw who said that? No.
You just said you went 300 miles.
In California.
Technically, that's illegal.
No, in California. You just said interstate. I'm in California. I ran to the Bay Area, California.
So you never crossed state lines?
When I switched over to all 48 states, then I go interstate. I said start it off, bro. I gave a scenario. So everybody want to say, oh, he drove illegally. So this is the narrative that the minions want to paint. I drove illegally. But like I said, I have been pulled over with a logbook, right? And guess what? Left with the truck, got on, didn't get shut down, none of that. So that's up to the state trooper and the federal government. They let me go. But I'll be damned if I go out of state with a paper log. Come on, bro.
So you didn't start your business. Your insurance was intrastate. You had an intrastate authority or interstate. Intra or inter?
Interstate.
INTRA or INTER?
I didn't sign up to drive within the state. So if you want to say I drove illegally for that, look, sue me.
So you had an interstate authority.
Interstate authority.
Okay, so you just proved my point, bro.
But you're not listening, bro.
I'm listening to everything you say, bro. Here's the thing. Go ahead.
Listen.
Let you cook.
You can sit up here. Look, everybody in the comments, right? And y'all can say, "Oh, I did something unethical," right? Right? It's not up to the DOT standards what I did. Fine, cool, fine. But guess what? If logbooks was just exiled like that, they wouldn't sell them. And by me providing my paper log to a trooper, highway patrol, whatever, and they saying, okay, it checks out and let me go, that's on them. So evidently, in their eyes, I didn't do nothing unethical. So we can have the police in the chat who keep wanting to he drove illegal.
So you started your business for under 5,000 because you cut a bunch of corners.
I cut a bunch of corners, or I saved some money, so I could get to the point where I can make money. It's all how you look at it.
You rented the truck day to day.
No, I load by load. Load per
by load.
Day by day. Hell no.
By load.
Load for load. By load.
Okay.
And I'm still in business.
How much was your insurance down payment? How much was your insurance down payment again?
$11.52.
And how much is your insurance monthly?
$11.52.
So you only had to put the first month up. You didn't have to put no down payment.
I went direct. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The insurance agent is why you have the big down payment. That's what y'all don't want to listen to the rookie though. Look, they saying you can do that with buy Burke. Hey, thank you, Isaiah. You know, we've been arguing and all that, but hey, that I went direct to buy Burke.
So what's up with your working capital?
What, when I started or now? I'm straight right now.
No,
I'm
we ain't
almost
talking
a year
about. We
in.
ain't talking about right now. We talking about when you started.
Like I said, I was in 1,800. So if we say I was starting off with 5,000, I was in 1,800. So I would have had what? And then by the time I got the truck and all that, I was up 2,400. So I still had about $2,500 capital on top of the 5 profit that I made from the run. So I was looking at about 3,000 left over. Isaiah said, but they could get you on a renewal. By that time, I'm switching over to Progressive because I'm about to switch over to Progressive because Progressive don't mess with new authorities. So I'm getting out of Burke. I ain't trying to tell nobody to do nothing unethical, but it's just how I did it. And I know the $1 million question is coming up because a person already alluded to it.
What's that?
I mean,
What's
if you ain't
question?
asking it, nah, if you ain't asking it, because
I
see on it. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You see what?
No, I just see. I see like, hey, bro.
Here's
I
the
see a
thing.
lot. I'm
If
listening.
you found you know, a way to finagle your way in at minimal cost, and we ain't really dug into your living situation, this, that, and the third, your working capital, so on and so forth, then that's great. But when you create content, especially like me in the position I am with the amount of influence that I have, I'm not going to I'm going to give people the straight cut way to go about things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell them all this shit that you did.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to do that, right? I'm going to give them the correct way to go about things.
Okay.
All right. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. You can, think, what and have your opinion, but I have a moral responsibility to tell people the right thing to do. Cutting corners and all that shit, it's great. It's great.
I don't think I cut a corner,
Yeah,
but if
you
that's
cut corners. You cut corners.
no, I say
And that's fine. I'm not saying there's nothing
no,
wrong with that.
What I did was save some money as a businessman. I saved some money as a businessman. You feel me? I think that's what I did though.
What kind of
Freightliner.
truck you got?
Freightliner.
What year?
2015.
What's the minimum that you got to have out there in California?
For as far as what?
As far as your truck.
The minimum what? What do you mean?
Year. Ain't Gavin Newsom got y'all
2010.
in that?
2010. Yeah.
I thought it was a little bit younger than that though.
2010 and up, but a lot of like some trucks they have a DEF system on it, some won't. You just gotta have a DEF system, really.
Okay.
Look, why did you drive 50 miles outside of 300 miles? That's what I'm saying. Hey, come on, bro.
I'm not telling me it's something different. I thought it was 20 something. I didn't think it was 2010. Here's the thing. I'm not trying to I just think you misunderstood what the video was about, and it's fine.
That's possible. I mean, I could have, but you put it's impossible, and I'm just trying to put like, hey,
it is impossible.
No, it's not impossible.
It is. If it was possible, why everybody failing?
Hey, because you know what? You know why? You know why I think, respectfully, and I ain't gonna even be disrespectful. I ain't gonna even call nobody dummies. I think people is rushing into it, and they not taking their time to do the research, and they're not playing for the long game. You know what I'm saying? They're not playing for the long game. So a lot of people don't know when you coming in because, like you would say, they listening to their favorite content creator, and I'm not speaking to you because I understand that you give the look, the pitfalls of this shit. You're not just on here glorifying trucking and all this. Like, look, you just gonna win and you trying to sell a course to a nigga. I do respect that about you. I'm just saying I responded to that particular video because I've done it for under. Yeah. So now moving forward with that though, bro, I think a lot of people is failing because they getting this little whatever they think is a lump sum of money and they starting off in trucking and they don't understand trucking. They don't understand they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand when you first get on. Like you said, I ain't got nothing to say about the part when you say, okay, now you live and you on the new. I ain't got nothing to say about that. You on the new and you ain't got nobody to call.
That's why you need working capital.
Mm-hmm.
You just proved my point.
No, but
because
see,
most people that started business don't know. Here's the thing, and I say it all the time. You're gonna have some cream that's gonna rise to the top. You're gonna have some diamonds in the rough. You're gonna have some people that come from certain backgrounds where they're gonna figure out a way and they're gonna make a way out of no way. I say that. But that's very minimal. I was one of those people. But the majority, however, but here's the thing. The position that these people in, they in a more fortunate position than me because I started with a pickup truck. I had to work my way to that, right? So you're going to have a minimal amount of people. I say this. Now, the majority of the people that come in, we're singing the same tune, which goes back to why I say you need working capital because you have to withstand the learning curve. If you come in with just enough money and you don't know what the hell you're doing, you're done.
You're going to fail. Now, look. See, this is the thing, Mark. This is the thing. You a hustler. Before I don't know you like that, but I could tell by the insight. I could tell by the information. I could tell by all that. You a hustler. So before you started the entity, before you started this, you was hustling. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know you from a can of paint, but a hustler know a hustler. So like you said, it's going to be people that's going to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Now this is the thing. With the I ain't just telling people, hey, get out here, do it for 5,000. Nothing like that. But if you try to do it, first thing I said is build your relationships. Build your relationships. Because my first load came through C.H. Robinson, somebody that just let me press book load and I got the load. Now, if you don't do that, if you think you just about to, and I said, don't even think about it. I was going off what you said. Hey, don't even think about going to the load board, try to book nothing. Because like you said, they don't even got down tones no more. You ain't going to hear nothing. I agree 100% with you on that one. But these people is getting in the game without being a hustler first and just thinking they just about to do business with this little chunk of change they got, and they go buy all of this stuff, right? And then they ain't even got the most important part, which is, hey, you got to move freight. This is what trucking is about, moving freight. You know what I'm saying? So if I say, hey, I booked the load that night, got at my rental agent and said, look, have a truck ready for me in the morning, and I go get the load. Hey, that's not to confuse nobody. That's not to make myself sound stupid because I don't think it was stupid. It worked out for me and stuff like that. But the same situation ain't gonna be for everybody. And like I was telling somebody that was in my comments coming over from over here, the video that you made was like a general video. You said pretty much, you didn't say it was no type of exceptions to the rule and stuff like that. It was just impossible. So that's what caused me to make a video saying, no, it's possible. But it's just gonna be certain scenarios. Somebody told me they paid $2,000 to get a goddamn business account.
So if my video was general, you think a person can just go to their neighborhood Penske and just rent a truck day by day at a commercial rate? So you telling me they allowed you to rent a truck day by day at a commercial rate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think that's going to be so do you think that's going to be the scenario across the board, across the country for people in their local municipality? They go to their local Penske. They think they're going to be able to do that?
I would assume. But I don't know how every state run. So, hey, maybe I made a general consensus. Maybe I made a general statement.
All right. So it's not people out here that got to put down payments when they make do commercial rentals with Penske?
I don't know.
Of course,
I heard. I don't.
Okay,
I
but
never heard of that.
there are.
Okay.
All right. So because you figured out a way to finagle,
You keep
and
saying
don't take
finagle.
the word finagle ain't a bad word. You did finagle.
I don't like finagle, man. Come on, don't
all right,
finagle
well, give me a word. Give me a word. What do you want me to use?
Nah, it ain't what I want you to use. It's just like, bro. I figured out a way to make it work for me.
Okay, but that's not going to happen across the board.
But it could happen.
It
could.
Here's the thing. It's a guy on my channel. They made him put $5,400 down for his Penske truck or his Enterprise truck. He made them put $5,400 down. The video up there. Like, so when I shoot content, it's based on this shit. I've been retired for 2 years.
Yeah.
You talking about a motherfucker who came in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
So when I talk and I be talking my shit, it's based off the shit that mother people be coming up here talking about. I ain't got nothing to talk about. I'm sitting in the crib. I've been sitting here creating content for the past 2 years. My content is based off the shit that I see when people call up on the call-in show. I just talked to a guy who's frustrated because he has to talk to people.
Yeah, I heard that.
So you catch a clip. You catch a clip from a live stream, and just like so many other people, which I appreciate it, do what you do. It's reactions bring more light on me. This gives me more content because I can cook. Because, see, I wasn't going to respond to you. I wasn't going to respond to you. I was going to crack my jokes on the live stream. But I guess somebody done went, I don't know, how did they get in contact with you? Somebody done went and found you.
No, they commented on the video. And, you know, we was
they
going
said
back
I was
and
live?
forth.
They said I was live or something?
No, one person did. Yep, they did. They said, pull up. You got your time to shine. And, you know, at first I was just looking at it. I'm like, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, man, I ain't finna get on here with this nigga. But I'm like, bro, I see niggas laughing at me, talking about me. I said, oh, no, fuck all that, though, bro. I ain't no coward. And I'm willing to get up here and stand on, you know what I'm saying? Now I see what somebody said. Look, what worked for you, bro, don't work for everybody. And I understand that.
Don't work for everybody. So
do
you understand the moral compass that I have when I talk in totality from a straightforward.
As a grown man, bro. As a grown man, though, bro, that's gonna get on here live with 92 people live right now. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, because they ain't like my intentions ain't never to give out no false information. I don't think I gave out no false information. But if I confuse people, if I am not, that's not my angle. You know, Mark, I'm glad we can get up here and talk like two men and stuff like that without no disrespect, though. But it's not my goal to get up here and
You kept it on the content. I can't do nothing but respect you. You kept it on the content. Hey, that's all love.
They still hey, yo, my name Young. Hey, I'm supposed to change my name to Young Finagle, man. I finagle my way in the game, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? But hey, I think this was healthy, though. Hey, to all the people, though, bro. But I'm gonna still stand on certain, like you can say finagle, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I think and I'm listening to a lot what you say, and I'm still gonna listen to more videos of what you got. But
you found a way, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But when the more people that watch me, the more careful I have to say. It's things that I've finagled, right? But I know most people ain't got that in them. So I have to give, my moral compass has to kick in. I'm not going, okay, I'll be talking about moving, and then people will be like, well, man, you know what? I ain't leaving no money on the table. If a customer called me to do a move and they tell me what their budget is, and I got to cut some corners, but I never talk about it on the live stream. It's certain things that I just won't talk about because it's not above board. I'm not going to say shit that's below board because people will take that shit and run with it, and they'll fuck themselves up. So when I give people information, I give them information that's straight and narrow, bro. I don't listen. In today's society, when you start a box truck business for a person who's going to start it from, forget the ownership route. You go buy a truck, you're not starting it for less than $5,000. Even with the rental route with the down payment, most of these people that come up here, they have to put a down payment. Most of the people that come up here, they putting down payments on the insurance. Just them two alone right there, you at a nickel.
Yeah.
This is the majority, not the minority.
Now this is what I can say to that though, bro. This is what I can say to that. Far as the because I don't understand how every state work with Penske and Reynolds and stuff like that. But I could definitely say with Byberg, like me giving a scenario to the Byberg insurance situation and stuff like that, you could definitely get it at a decent cost. Now, I don't know how rental places work across the country. So I can't say that. You know what I'm saying?
That's
I
why you
can't
got to
say
be
that,
careful.
and that's the
That's
part.
why you got
Yeah,
to be
so
careful.
now this is my disclaimer right now to the people because the video didn't get that many views though. So most of the people that viewed the videos here right now. So this is my disclaimer. You understand what I'm saying? Like, hey, I don't know how every state work, but this is what I'm saying. I know how the FMCSA work. I know how this work. And in order for me to do things without just being super unethical and stuff like that, I did it. If it's a finagle, it's a finagle. But like I said, if I'm running with a paper log and a state trooper pull me over and they let me go without shutting me down, like on multiple occasions, then I'm doing something right. That's what I'm saying.
So
But
you
my
think you're doing
situation
something
ain't.
right? You know, you don't think you need an ELD?
No, I have an ELD now.
Okay.
Now I have a yeah. I have an ELD now.
So you admitted that you was taking a chance and you just got by, right?
Starting off, like I said, starting
You admit you was taking a
off.
chance and you just got by, right? I'm asking you. Just keep it a buck.
No, let me think about that because I didn't really think too much was wrong with the paper log because I bought it, I got pulled over, and they let me go. It was no
Where
problem.
you find a paper log for $5, bro, in 2024?
At the gloves, pilots, all over the place. You can find logbook all over the place. Your
No,
ELD might be down. Oh,
for
this is
$5.
my and them things cheap because ain't nobody buying them. Everybody on ELD. I'm probably the only one bought a paper log, and I don't know. You feel me? But I'm saying this to say though, bro, like I like you could look at it as cutting the corner. I just think I cut costs of a lot of stuff. Like I said, I have yet to been asked for a low bar. You know, shrink wrap. I don't do like I had to shrink wrap something, man. I asked the people at the warehouse though. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you
But
don't
the
think you
shrink
need
wrap,
shrink wrap on your truck?
no, I understand. I do. I understand.
So
I do.
why you
They
say you
had
don't need
lows
it
all
then?
over the place. I'm not saying that.
So
I'm
why?
saying starting. I know. No. My whole video, bro, was about starting off to cut the cost. So starting off, hey, if you want to cut the cost. So even all right, look, even if we do go with my budget, if I had a
Mm-hmm.
$5,000 budget and I bought some
Mm.
shrink wrap,
Yeah.
that ain't too. You feel me? I
You
still
sent
had
people to Home Depot in your
$2,500.
video. You told them to go to
Huh?
Home Depot and buy the shrink. Why would they go to Home Depot?
You could go to Uline, you could go to Home Depot, you could ask somebody at a warehouse for some shrink wrap. You could it's a lot of ways to do stuff.
Why would
I'm
you
just
ask
saying,
somebody at a warehouse? It's your
man.
business.
I didn't hey, I didn't been on my ass, right? Slipping. And this is where I had to learn. This is where you gotta learn. You gotta pay for mistakes sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You gotta pay for your mistakes.
I'm wrong for telling people they should have shrink wrap?
I ain't telling people you wrong for that, but I'm saying, look, bro, if people do their research, what I was telling people to do was do their research. I was telling
I
people
tell
to
them
do
that
their
every time
research
I
because
go live.
you said you look. This is what you did on the video. You said, okay,
What I do?
we gotta add another rack. You just added a whole rack for nothing. That's why I started off the video like, why are you doing that?
I did
Hey, you
add it
got
for nothing.
yeah, you got up to 7,500. Like, bro. Hey, how you get to
Yeah.
7,500?
Yeah.
Hey,
I added up. I added it up.
now you say you was doing a lot of estimating. That's why I said like a lot of this stuff is the cost of nothing. But you know, if look, you could put all of that. I could have started off buying some low bars back when I first started, and they'd just be sitting, right? I could have started off buying a whole lot of stuff that I didn't need, right? And it would have been sitting. Or as I go, I could say, look, I'm gonna get the bare necessities. I'm gonna get the bare, and I know it gotta be somebody to understand. You know what I'm saying? I could get the bare necessities because it's not that, oh,
Bro,
I'm broke or nothing. I'm
you
not
from
broke.
Crenshaw? You from Crenshaw? Where you
I'm
from?
from that area.
See, so
Slauson and Crenshaw, Western
you've been
Avenue.
watching me. You've been watching me for you say. So what do I say about people from big markets? What do I say about people from big markets?
You would have to reiterate.
I say big people from big markets are different. I always talk about people from big markets. I name New York, Chicago, LA, shit like that. And then I'll crack a joke about these middle Americans.
Okay.
So what you were able to do, the majority of people that I speak to, they can't do it. One, they may not be able to do it because the opportunity that you were presented with, they may not be presented with those opportunities. They may not be able to walk into Penske and not have to and not be able to not put no money down and get a commercial rate under 20 cents a mile on a day-by-day rental. They may hit them with the 99 or $1.99. Man, how many days you need it for? Man, I only need it for 2 days. Oh man, we not finna. You won't need it at least a week. Most people, they gonna have to put a deposit down. Same with the insurance.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Some of the shit that you did, the ELD. Now we could sit here and go back and forth. We could debate it. You know what I'm saying? The radius that you put, all that shit. A lot of these people are starting a business straight out the gate. Boom, this is a business. I'm starting it. I don't have no restrictions on where I'm going. I'm wherever the money is, that's where I'm going. Over the road is over the road. What you were able to do, majority of people not going to be able to do it. They set they location is going. Their location is going to prevent them from doing it. Their mindset is going to prevent them from doing it because they come from a place that you and I don't come from.
All right.
You come from a place where you're going to have to figure stuff out. So when I create content, what I've learned is that I have to think about all the viewers from all different walks of life.
Yeah.
What I may be able to do, because I'm a hustler, and what you may be able to do, a person from Kentucky and don't get wrong if you get mad from some of these places, because you would follow me, you know how I crack on middle Americans. Nebraska or something, they may not have the resources that a person in a large market has and the mental capacity of a hustler to go out and get it.
All right. Let me ask you a question, Mark. And I heard everything you saying, and that's true. You 100% correct. You know what I'm saying? But okay, with the way I structure my business, right? From everything I said, was it practical?
I salute you. If you figured out a way, I'm not going to shit on you.
Was it practical?
Was it practical?
Yeah.
It's what it was.
Okay.
I salute you.
Now, you got your little,
I got my
Isaiah
little
to it. Listen. Look,
I have a community.
Right?
I got a community, bro. Listen, you know why my community is so great, man? You know why I got a big community that is just a great community? It's because there's no fluff, bro.
Yeah,
I'm the only person that dropped the link. I'm the only person that goes against all the misinformation, the bullshit. I'm the person that's going to tell you what it is from a life perspective. I'm going to tell you, don't get sold a dream. I'm going against everybody that everybody likes to follow and thinks is giving them the game and really is hurting them. Everybody come crying to me when they get this bullshit and they come over there and fail and they find my channel.
Yeah. But like I said though, to all the people, they mad. You know what I'm saying? I'm still in business, approaching a year. You know what I'm saying? And like the people saying how you work with C.H. Robinson on your first day. Nobody never said that. You know what I'm saying? I said I booked my first load within 2 weeks because I still had it to get vetted by a human being. They gave me my T number and all that. This is what I'm saying. So if like my video is being taken out of context to a certain degree because of who that I could chose to combat with my information. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at the video, hey, hey, as you being Mark, the mentor, and you're the person I'm combating with my information, it'll be a laugh like, I'm that nigga. You know what I'm saying? But the information in the video is not, hey, bro. Come on, nigga.
It's funny to me. I'm loving it. I love it.
No,
you put the cap on me.
Saying,
hey, I appreciate you. Was that a Chicago Cubs cap?
I had to, man. Look, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, my nigga.
You should put a White Sox cap, but it's all good. What else you got
Shit.
for me, big dog?
Nah, but I'm just saying, part of the video that was the real cat was, my nigga, you was adding them numbers up like a motherfucker. Yeah, we gonna go for, okay, we just gotta add another rack for that. To where it's just like, nah, though, bro, like, come on, bro. But you know, I'm go ahead.
That video was a clip from a live stream. So when I be in a live stream, there be satire and humor, and it was a clip from a live stream. So that was context before that. It was context after that. I just clipped that part and threw it out there because I knew it was going to do what it did. When you look at the numbers on that video in comparison to, let's say, videos that came out around that time, it's done well because everybody wants to know what it really costs. So many people, look at the majority of comments in that video. A lot of people said, man, they were sold this dream about $5,000 and they found out the hard way. They listing they cost. Only thing I did was put out a video from a live stream based on whatever the sentiment was at that time. That's all I do. But it's cool though.
That's all good though. No, it's all good though. But you know, when you got people saying they paid $2,000 for they business, they business bank account, like, bro, this is where I just don't.
What do you mean?
Like I don't suffer.
What do you mean?
Suffer food. You know
what do you mean
I had
to pay
somebody tell me
$2,000 for their business bank account?
That's what somebody told me. They told me they paid $2,000 for their business bank account. This is when they going over their costs of starting a box truck business. And where I'm saying, come on, this is unnecessary shit, bro.
I don't even understand that. What do you mean you paid $2,000 for your business bank account?
That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean?
That's what I'm saying, my boy. I don't understand that. That's what I'm saying. So when somebody tell me I had to pay $2,000 for my business bank account, bruh, this is where I'm saying, hey, homie, you know what I'm saying? This is dumb shit. This is dumb shit because you ain't never heard of that. I ain't heard of that though, bruh. How do you pay $2,000 for your bank account? And even if your bank account said, okay, we want to deposit, it's still your money. If that's just a deposit that you got to put in there to start the bank account, that money is still available. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. Like people have a very, 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 limited.
You know what? There may be some banks where they some banks have a mandatory requirement for certain business accounts that you have to maintain a certain balance. It probably was one of those types of accounts.
Man, look.
It probably was one of those types of accounts. You have to keep a certain balance in there.
Yeah. Okay. He just said it was him.
Who?
Once you open a business bank account, you need to put $2,000. Somebody, Davey.
Okay, so this goes back to what I said as far as, and here's the thing. Kirk said you don't really, that was the only box truck video you got. And here's something that I've learned in almost 3 years of creating content.
Yeah.
What I can do in the resources and let's say the banks that are in my market, this guy is from Massachusetts or something. Now, what I know from the bank that I bank with, there's different options for business accounts. You got a Freedom business account, you got this business account, you got that business account. It's 3 different options. And one of the options, you do have to maintain a certain
balance
amount. So he's probably with a bank in Massachusetts, wherever he lives, in probably a small market. Now, this goes back to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. He's probably someone that lives, and I think he lives in a small little market where he's probably dealing with some local mom and pop bank where they don't have the options of a Bank of America and a Chase. This may be the requirements for this mom and pop small neighborhood bank. It doesn't mean that it's stupid, but to a guy who's from LA and a guy who's from Chicago, we have a plethora of big box banks.
Now, this is to that comment. Now, I gotta be all kind of stupid motherfuckers though, because you living in the fucked up market. And now, like I'm saying, like I'm telling him.
No, you can't say he living in the fucked up market. When you creating content, you gotta realize there's people watching you from everywhere.
I get it, but he's calling me all kind of stupid motherfuckers though, because of his banking situation. And like I said though, bro, he telling me everybody's situation is different. So I had to double back to him and tell him, look, bro, everybody's situation is different. Everybody's situation is different. So this is when I start seeing, okay, where the mistake I made in the video. Because I'm replying to a general video with general information. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm
I
saying?
was gonna break your video down, but I said nah.
No, it's all good.
I was gonna cook you.
Man, I don't think it was too much to cook because I'm in Chicago right now.
Oh, you in the crib? Where you at, big
I'm
dog?
I'm in
Where you at?
Chicago right now.
You in
No,
Chicago right now?
No, I pulled up to your shit.
Oh, no, I
And
thought you was really
I
here.
pulled
Shit, I
up
was gonna say
and,
where you at.
and I don't feel like I got cooked.
No,
I don't
I
feel
ain't.
like I
When
got
I say
cooked.
when I say cooked,
Mhm.
it's just going back and going through some of the shit. I didn't watch the whole video. You know, people was tagging me in my Discord with different
Yeah.
what do you call them, timestamps. So I clicked on a few
Okay.
timestamps and then I caught a piece of another content creator. I didn't watch his live, but he took it down. I kind of went back when he left it up for a little minute. I was kind of went back and caught a little piece of him reacting. I'm like, oh, bro, this man, you talking about you renting the truck day by every time you get a load. So I was just gonna have a little fun with it. I was just
No,
gonna
I
have a
get it
little
though.
fun
I
with it.
saw y'all having a little fun like prior to me coming on, but now that I broke it down, I hope you got a better understanding of how I did that and why I did that. Because if I'm brand new 2 weeks and I ain't filled out no carrier package, right? Why would I rent a truck for a whole week?
Well, you gotta understand when most people rent a business, they gonna rent the truck with the mindset of booking loads and continuing to run, and they running. They not
But like I
300
said,
all that shit you did. They
like
not
you said,
they not doing
I'm
that.
on the new. I'm on the new. I'm on the
Yeah,
new.
everybody on the
So
new, but
it ain't no
what
running. It's no running. Where I'm
I
gonna
hear
run to? Where
I
I'm
hear what
gonna
you
run
saying.
to, bro?
I hear what you saying, but
Oh, that
what
was the
you did.
alternative. That all I did was gave an alternative. That's all I
Okay,
did.
so check this out. I started a box truck business, and I'm in South
Mm-hmm.
Dakota. I'm in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. What you did, would I be able to do that?
Say it again. You start a business in South
I
Dakota?
started a business the same way you start out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Would I be able
Okay.
to do what you did? I started in Lincoln, Nebraska. Would I be able to pull that off? I start somewhere in Montana. Would I be able to pull that off?
What we would have to do is check. We would have to check in before you do anything, and you know you don't have a truck. I think it would be logical and smart to call in Sioux Falls, South Carolina, South Dakota, wherever you said, and
Mm-hmm.
check and see if what's their requirements to book a truck. I think
Here's what I'm
that would
saying.
be
You're in
logical.
LA. You're in Los Angeles, California.
Uh-huh.
I talk
I
to
answered your
people from.
question. I answered your
Hold
question.
on. I just want you to understand something going forward when you create content.
Mm-hmm.
There's people that watch content. Everybody ain't in LA, bro. Everybody ain't in Chicago. Everybody ain't in New York. There's people that hit me from markets and they be like, man, Mark, I watch your content. I want to start a local final mile business. Where are you from? It was a guy cut up in the clip. He's from a little bitty ass town. I said, bro,
Mm-hmm.
ain't no. I say, bro, when you get Amazon packages, who deliver? Do Amazon vehicle deliver or do the post office? Oh, it's always the post office. You know why? Because he live in the middle of nowhere. Could he start a local final mile company? No, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the percentage that you think there's a local Penske or Enterprise or budget in there? Probably not, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so would a person in a small market that's watching your content be able to do what you did?
I mean, the chance is gonna be slim.
Okay, so when you say general, do you see why I keep the content general now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
Because just like how you could say I'm misleading, then what you said, a person could take that same shit and it won't work. And then you know what they're gonna call you? They're gonna call you cap. They're gonna put a cap on your head, a LA Dodgers cap.
LA hat. Yeah.
All right, because you know why? Because the resources that you have in LA, they don't have them in Sioux Falls. They don't got them in Lincoln, Nebraska. They don't have them in whatever.
Yeah. Listen. This is I can understand a little more now. You know what I'm saying? I think it's some police up in your little chat.
Why
You know
you
what I'm
say
saying?
that?
Because it's the line of questioning. I know when I'm talking to a police. You know what I'm saying? It's the line of questioning that hey, I'm from the streets. I'm from I'm from hey, I know the line of questioning, bro. You
Hey
know what
man,
I'm
that's,
saying?
hey man, that's why I be
They
telling
like I'm
content
doing.
creators. Listen,
Look, how
we
do you
we
add your trucks to your policy starting out?
hey,
This is what I'm
hey,
saying. Hey, and this is look, bro. Come on, bro. You think I don't know understand that line
hey,
of
I'm gonna
questioning? What
keep
you
it a
think he
buck
did?
with you. I
Yeah,
ain't got no police in the chat, but there's some anonymous people in here. If you know, you
I
know.
get it.
Oh, listen,
I understand. It's all good.
we got a lot of information on some of your favorites. That's why
It's all
that's why they
good.
don't mess with me. That's why they don't mess with me.
It's
They
all
better
good
leave
though,
me
bro.
alone. They better leave me alone.
Now look. I ain't come over here. I ain't come on here to defame you. I ain't trying to talk shit about you.
Oh
You know what I'm
shit.
saying? And this is what
No,
I
it's
will
all
do,
good.
cause I'm a grown ass man. This is what I will do. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can say he cooked me and all that. I don't think he did. I think we talk like two gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? And we got a better little understanding of what I meant. I got a better understanding of what he meant on the video, right? But this is what I'm saying. This is what I will do. I will make my title a little more tailored for California.
You don't gotta do that. Keep this shit the way
No,
you
I
got
will.
it.
No. No, I'm gonna do that though, bro, because you know what? The my whole point, I hate seeing content that's bullshit and misleading people, and that ain't never my aim. That ain't never my aim, though. So, I'll make it a little more tailored for California, because that was my whole aim anyway, though. Because, like I said, we one of the hardest markets to run out of, as far as with the carb, the gas prices, insurance, leaving California, they ain't insuring certain shit. So, with all that being said, I'm trying to do, some trucking successful from California type shit. So, I need to tailor it more towards California and let just my people over here on the left coast know, like, hey, you can't do it for a certain amount. You know what I'm saying? And if you call it cutting corners, fuck it, cut these corners down. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
it's when I say cutting corners, it's I'm just saying it, bro. Listen, you do what you gotta do so you can get ahead. But only thing I'm saying is, and I had to learn this too, bro. Like shit that I'm able to do here, and that's why I say it all the time. Like certain things I may be talking about, I say, look, this is what I was able to do. You may not be able to do it. I'll say it all the time. Look, when I did this, it was in a different time period than what it is now. Or I'll say, you know what, the rates that we were getting when I was running then is going to be different now. It's a reason why I always get that disclaimer, because when I first started creating content, I was just under the assumption that everything was the same everywhere without fully thinking about it, and everything ain't the same as it is here. When I listen to these people, I got a pretty big platform, and people be telling me they little situation where they at. I've never had to, like, these people, they getting charged for dropping routes and all. I've never had to endure that. This shit wasn't something that was a a, a thing. So I always think, and I try to generalize certain things so that it's not market specific for certain information. And if I do talk, I say, look, this, it may not work in your market. Like the guy called up earlier, man, can I make $1,000 a day or find them out? That's market dependent.
Yeah.
What I'll be able to do, you may not be able to do it. You see what I'm saying? Well, because of the time was different, or because the market was different, or because of the leverage that I got. You may not have the leverage. You may not be able to bully your way in because you ain't got the capital to say, listen, I can bring 5 more on right now. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I always try to get these disclaimers, because what I've had to realize that as my channel grows is that, some people are just gonna, like you said, and like the other guy that came up, influence. Some people are influenced by the wrong people. Some people are influenced by the right people, or you could be the right person, but you're saying something that's market specific, and they just take the information and run with it, and it may not work in their market.
No, you know what? I just learned something. That's what it is, though, bro. That's what it is. That's what it is.
You in LA, so you in a huge market where a person that's in a smaller market may not be able to pull off what you pulled off, bro. And I'm not shitting on what you did. When I say finagle, no, you made a way out of no way. You did what I'm saying, and you did what you did, and you in a better position now a year later. But everybody ain't like, bro, it's people in markets that's not going to be able to walk into Penske and not be able to not get a truck without having to put a down payment. It's going to be people that can't go into Penske and say, yo, I only need it for a day. I'm finna run up here and run back, and I will park it and put the key in the overnight box, and they're gonna give them 18 cents a mile, bro. They be hell
See,
no.
that's where I'm gonna say I'm wrong at though, bro, because I don't know how it is in other states with that, because I called you cap on that part, and I can't call you cap if I don't understand how other states got their shit going though. So you know what I'm saying, as a man, I'm gonna say I was wrong on that.
And
I was
here's the
wrong on
thing.
that part.
And here's the thing. It don't even necessarily gotta just be state by state. You can call one Penske location in your area, and you could call another Penske location, and they'll give you two different rates. They won't even, it'll be two different things. Why? Because you got some corporate locations and you got some I forget what Penske calls them. I know U-Haul calls them three letters, I forget. But market dependent. That's why you got a person who have the same, they'll have the same shit across the board, but they'll go and they'll get this rate, and another person will get a totally different rate. And what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be in a totally different market. You can call a Penske in California and call another Penske in California, and they'll treat your same specs that you need for your rental, the same scope you need for your rental. They'll quote you two different things. So it's all good. We learn from each other. I try to be general and I try to be careful. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what? You know, hey, like you said, that's my first box truck video. And
your first box truck shouldn't have been calling somebody with a big platform cap. Make it look like you cloud chasing.
Nah. Like I said, I tailor the
I think
the title.
You should leave it the way it is. I think you should leave it the way it is.
I might leave it the way it is because we spoke. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never no coward. I ain't ducking no smoke from nothing.
It ain't about being a coward.
It's that because you know what? A lot of people wouldn't have done what I just did. And I think I held my own.
You know what? You did. You right about that, because I've been trying to bait people to hit that link for over a year. They just won't.
Yeah, and I hit it. And I'm in trouble right now with my girl because I had to go and still right here. We've been on here for a minute. So, like I said though, bro, like, it ain't that I'm trying to mislead the people. It ain't that I'm trying to just come and say just anything, just like I'm gonna get at Mark because he's a big platform. Hell no, that ain't the case. It's just on that particular issue I disagree with you, and I made a video about it. You know, that's it. And shit, I ain't gonna even lie though, bro. Like, if you say something I don't agree with, you know what I'm saying? Again, if I don't agree with it, you know what I'm saying? But
hit the link, because I dropped the link, bro.
I'm hitting. Yeah. You know what? I hit the link. Because, hey, you know what? My back was just against the wall. Y'all niggas is on here laughing at a nigga, clowning. I got people coming all at me. I'm out the window like Malcolm X, all that. Like, they coming. Like, okay, I hit the link. Like, okay, bam.
MGM. You know that's that MGM thing, man. I can't. You want me to yank them up off you? I'll yank them up off you.
It's all good.
Fall back. Dipset, fall back.
If they got any real understanding of what I'm saying, opposed to being just emotional about the situation, then you understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying. You might not agree with what I'm saying, but you understand what I'm saying, bro.
I understand what you're saying. I just, and the only thing that I feel like I gave you advice on is just, going forward, just understand that, be mindful of what you say. You could do what you did. That's great. I ain't tripping. Leave the shit. I don't leave the title the same shit. That shit don't mean nothing to me. But you said it was general information. It was general information for a reason, and I explained to you why.
Yeah.
And I also, that wasn't a video that I created, that I had scripted, that I wrote it out. All right, this is what I'm gonna do. That was a snatch from a live stream. So that could be serious points, that could be theatrics and satire and shit like that. But it was purposely put out with what you did in mind. I knew some people were gonna, because there's an influencer in the space that's way bigger than me that promotes you can start for under 5. So I already knew his people were going to come into the comment. And that's what I wanted. I wanted to create the engagement and have that conversation up back and forth in the comment section, because that's what content creation is. If you scared to put out what you really think, then you shouldn't create content. I knew it. I
Nah,
wanted it because the
indeed.
engagement. I needed the engagement because people love that type of shit. Some people take it a little bit too far, but I'm not scared to start the conversation because wholeheartedly, I believe in my heart of hearts in today's society, a person who tries to start this business with under $5,000, they're gonna have their back against the wall. So why do it?
No,
Save up
most
some more
definitely.
money.
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely. Like I ain't sit on here and say the shit was easy. I'd be lying if I said it was easy. Like if you listen to my method, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I was inching out there, but I inched out there, inched out there to, I did build with me up some capital. And I'm still in business to today. So but that's not for the weak hearted. And that's not for a lot of these niggas up in the chat, bro. They can't do that, bro. Cause I understand I'm a LA nigga from a big market. I'm a hustler and shit like that. So everybody can't do that. So that's what I learned from this. I learned two things, especially from this. One, and this is really just on the content creation side, not the trucking
Mm-hmm.
side. You know what I'm saying? The content creation side, like you said though, be careful on making your shit general. And be careful who you talking to, and because my full intentions was to be genuine and give some good information. You know what I'm saying? I ain't tell nobody to go out there and don't stop at this, don't do that. I ain't tell nobody none of that. That'll be me giving some bullshit that I'm not with. You know what I'm saying? I gave up here and gave it a game how I did it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't take no third party information. So far as who I'm talking to, tailor it for my audience and not just the general public, because every shoe don't fit the same, all sizes, it ain't one size fit all. That's what I understand though.
Yeah.
And that's what I learned. So if this is free coaching and free accountability, hey, somebody that made a video, disagreeing with what you said, I can still learn a lesson in all this too. You know what I'm saying? Only a fool gonna reject some wisdom. Real
No,
talk.
that's all good. You ain't the first in Chuck's. You ain't gonna be the last. It's just, some people you can have conversations with. Some people you can't. Some people do it for personal reasons. It's not even the content.
No.
They just don't like you personally. I can't. You kept it on the content. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
yeah.
You ain't get
Nah,
personal,
I
nothing
don't
like
know
that.
you. I don't know you. I look at you though, bro. I take advice from you and shit like that. And like I said though, it's another thing though, bro. You can't learn something from somebody and then turn around and try to like I said, I could have just on the ego side, just on the a mature side and a master side of doing things. I could have not made the video. Now that I'm thinking about it, I can't because you ain't supposed to outshine the master. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm
And,
not.
and,
I'm
and right
not.
now,
It ain't nah, bro. It's just with that. If you watch the channel, I drop my link all the time.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think what it would have been what would have been flyer just come and debunk me on my own shit, because that's what I would do.
yeah,
See, whenever people make videos about me and sneak this me, it's always me responding, bro. I don't got time to worry about niggas. You see
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying? I'm worried about my channel and my community. This is why my community and my channel grows, because I don't spend my time worrying about what other people say. Bro, it was a guy who created a video in the space a week or two ago, and it went
right,
viral in the space. It did like almost 40,000 views about how he failed. Everybody was
yeah,
watching it. Bro, you know how many people wanted me to react to that video? And you know why I didn't react to the video? Because there was only one way to do it. And it would have been me more clowning this shit than
mm-hmm,
pointing out uh where he messed up at. And the reason why is because the way he messed up, that's my getting out the mud trucking little skit. Everything
all
my
right,
skit of getting out the mud trucking, it's like he lived it out. And I created a skit. And here it is, the skit come to reality. So it would have been
mm,
me correlating it with my get it out the mud trucking skit, and it would have made me seem like I was making fun of him. So when I
yeah, I
say,
get
yo, I
that.
got a moral compass, I have to look at every single thing that I do, and I have to, think about it, because not everybody, but I feel like I have some type of, I have morals, bro. So even though I wanted to review it, once I thought about it, it wouldn't have been a good look. So I didn't.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Now me, I always drop the link. So if it was something that I had against somebody and they dropped the link, I'm gonna pull up. I'm not going because now I'm looking like, damn, man, this dude always dropped the link. Why not just go over there and say, yo, Mark, I disagree with you on this. You know what I'm saying? We could have the debate live. This is what the people want anyway. I like to debate. I'm not saying I'm gonna always be right. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just not the type of person to proactively go after people. I'll respond. But I ain't got time to be worried about. It's a lot of misinformation on the internet. It's a lot of shit that I disagree with.
Yeah.
But me personally, I don't really care. So, but it's all good, man. Do what you did. You did. It was great. I didn't watch it. I'm gonna go watch it though, and it is what it is.
No, it's all good though. Like I said though, with the little part about with the Penske part though, you know what I'm saying? Hearing from you, because I know for sure you in a different place than me. I know most places in California don't require no deposit for no Penske truck, but that little part. Other than that, I think I gave out some solid information. You know what I'm saying on how to start, not how to run. Not because I didn't get there. I didn't get there. I didn't get there how to start. I didn't get there how to run. I mean, I got on how to start, but I didn't get how to run. I ain't got into nothing else how to start. That was a start. You was about to say I got another what?
You got because somebody. I thought this was you. Did you leave a comment under one of my videos a few weeks ago?
Man, I be commenting all the time.
So look, so you got a burner page then? Nah, I knew. I'm like,
no, I don't.
Somebody. Yeah.
Wait, you got to show me the comment.
I'm finna show you. Hold on. Yeah, you got you a burner. You
on
a burner tip.
I got another page.
Hold on. I'm finna show you. You right here. All right, so boom. Let me pull this up. So hold on right here. Where did this guy say? Right here. This guy. So this ain't you right here?
Show me the comment.
Dude said something about he rent the truck. I never rent a truck until I know I have a load. This ain't you right here?
No, my unborn kid. On my unborn baby. That ain't me. I pulled up, Mark. I pulled up. I ain't got to do that burner page. I pulled up. This is me.
I guess it's somebody else that rents the truck load by load. I didn't know this was a thing, bro. I didn't know y'all was out here renting the truck load by load.
Nah.
No, because this is the first time I ever heard. And then when this person said this shit in my comments, I'm like, bro, what type of shit is that? So he's a person that disagrees with me too, and he says he rents his truck as he books loads. He'll go rent a truck, run the load, come back home, park it, go find a load, go back, rent the truck. So I guess this is a thing. He probably from California too, huh?
Oh, there you go. Now it's California. Now y'all want to get at the city, bro.
Nah, because see, here's the thing. This is some new shit. So I'm out of touch. I'm out of touch with this new shit. I'm gonna pull it back up. I'll pull it back up.
Like I said though, on my kids though, bro, I'm stand up, bro. I don't duck nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't duck nothing. If I said something, I said it.
It's all good. So I guess he may not be from California. He may be from somewhere else, but maybe there's some new shit. I ain't hip. See, here's where I be out of touch too, because I'm an OG. See, y'all coming in. I came in over almost a decade and a half ago. So I don't know. This is what it's come to. Y'all renting the trucks load by load. Now we know that you ain't the only one doing it. So hey, I learn something new every day. See how we learn? So I'm my bad. I can apologize. I didn't know that was a thing.
So let me ask you this though. So all right, because I think I'm really just dumb right now. I think I'm the slow one right now though, bro.
Why you say that?
God,
You taught me something.
I'm about to ask a question that I don't understand from your point of view. I don't understand that. I don't get it.
You don't get what?
All right. I got. Let's say we at my budget 5,000, right? I'm already at I'm at 1,800. MC went live. I'm live now. When do I get that truck? We already know my budget is only 5,000. So I'm only speaking to a rental scenario. When do I get that truck?
How much did you spend before you went into truck?
I got $3,200 left.
I don't think it's a question of when you get it, is can you afford it? Where do you go get it? Can you afford it?
Okay. So in the meantime, I don't have a truck, right?
With what you told me, no.
No, I'm going off a scenario. So in the meantime, I don't have a truck. I got a live authority, no truck. What do you do?
Me personally, I wouldn't do it. Not with that little money. It's too risky.
You wouldn't do what?
Start a box truck business with $5,000.
No, we already fucked up. We already started. We here already. We here.
Yeah. I don't know. Do I live at hold on, we gotta keep it a buck. Where do I live at? How I'm living? I got my own spot. What am I doing?
You got your own spot.
Yeah, I'm gonna be homeless, bro.
You gonna be homeless?
How I'm gonna pay the bills? $3,200. Like, how am I gonna be able to pay my cost of living and rent the truck and fuel the truck? Now, you said something in the video that I heard them talking about that I know is bullshit because I done rented trucks that didn't have a full tank of gas. So for you to say, oh, Penske, Enterprise, you think they won't give you a truck that's on half?
Now this is
on a quarter tank?
Swear you can't. I mean, look, I just said I was wrong for that part. Now I ain't saying you ain't got to pounce. You can pounce, but I already said
pounce.
No, I already said I was wrong for that part. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying we 1,800 in, 3,200 left.
3,200, bro. I can't do shit with 3,200.
And I got an active. My MC just went active.
The last Penske truck I rented was in 2019. It was like $1,100. Okay.
See, I think you know what we you know what. I don't think it's a right or wrong answer. You know what I'm saying?
What you
I really don't think
it is.
No,
it's
not
not because here's the thing. Because if I started a box truck business with 5,000, the shit that you said costs 18, I got 3,200. I'm fucked up out here in these streets.
All right. This is, I mean, it is not a right or wrong answer. Like you're not wrong, I'm not right, is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean.
It depends on the situation.
Now, if I was, that's what I'm talking about.
If it was 5,000, I got 32, and I can finagle it the way you finagle it, and I'm at the crib. If I'm still at the crib, where I ain't got to pay the cost of these bills and shit, so now that 3,200, I can just use that all for the business. Then this give me a little bit more play.
Now, see, look, business and personal is two different things.
Okay.
You know. So I'm if I'm taking $5,000 to start a business, that $5,000 is to start a business. You know what I'm saying? So
okay,
my business, my personal is over here. My business is over here. So I got 32 left to play with. Now I understand what you're saying now. Okay, where y'all at? You have to, they got y'all in a headlock. It's no one-day rentals probably. It's deposits and shit like that. So, okay, you in a headlock. You kind of forced. You forced. You know what I'm saying? I thought California was the most fucked up place.
Well, it's situational because Penske cold calls me because they see a history of rentals dating back to 2010. You see what I'm saying? So they always cold call around this time of the year. So what I may be able to pull off based on the amount of rentals that I've done over the years, the next person who doesn't have any history is not going to be able to pull that off because there's no trust there. So when you say, oh, well, I went and rented the truck by the day, there's going to be Penske's people walking to that there's no history. They're not going to let them do that, bro.
Yeah, no, that's
You
what I'm
see,
saying. So that's what I said. Yeah, that's why I said it's I'm not right, you're not wrong. It's no right or wrong answer for that. It's situational. You know what I'm saying? In my situation, I was able to I was able to take advantage of my situation. Being the my location.
your location may play a huge part. There's a bunch of
No,
Penske's. You near where you at in LA, so you got freight coming through the dock. Like you're in California, bro. You in a second largest city in the country. So you're gonna have resources that a person who lives in middle America, even if they come from a smaller city, let's say like Atlanta or even like a Cincinnati, even though these are cities, they're not to the magnitude of a Los Angeles.
yeah.
So it's certain resources that I have here, but guess what? The resources that we got is offset by the cost of living. So what you're able to do from a business perspective, they may not be able to do. And what we spend money to live, they cost of living. Like so you have to I think about all this shit before I talk about it. Because I know, and I've learned from creating content and doing call-in shows and dropping a link and talking to people, and people talk. See, it's when you don't charge people to talk to them, you talk to a lot of people.
Yeah.
So by me talking to so many people day in and day out, I have a consensus of where the majority of the people's mindsets are at.
All right.
And that's how I do my content. If I was talking to people that had the mindset, and the majority of people that I talked to had the mindset of a person who's been in trucking year 8, year 9, year 10, my content would be totally different. It would be presented totally different. I could talk to you like this, or I can get real articulate with you. I think if you watch me, you've seen me do both.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I have a platform where I talk to people in a more advanced level, which is reserved for my Discord. And on here, I kind of keep it borderline intermediate, the highest level of beginner, intermediate. All the advanced shit is in the Discord. Or I'll throw some shit in members only.
Yeah.
Right. Because the magnitude of the people that I are watching this content, they're not watching it from a year 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 perspective. Most of these people are year 1, year 2, year 3. So it's all good. We learning. You learning. We all learning. I learned something today. I learned that people renting as they go. I would have never thunk it. I've used one, and this guy's another one.
Put it like this. I would never get on the phone, call a broker, give them my MC, book the load, get a rate confirmation, and then try to go find a truck. Nah, I would never. And somebody just said C.H. Robinson doesn't have that many box trucks loads. You're absolutely correct. And I said that in the video. So like I said, consistently, did I do that every day? No, because I wouldn't be getting. I understand you get a better rate weekly. So if I was doing that consistently, why would I go get a truck, turn it in, get it? Come on, bro. I understand. Come on, bro. So this is what I'm saying. It didn't happen consistently, but I was able to pay like my most important cost at the time, which was my insurance. You know what I'm saying? And here I am. I'm still in business. You treating the business like a side hustle. I treat my business like a business. I treat my business like a 100% business. I'm still in business. I run it, You know what I'm saying? Now, like I said, once we get into the running part, I haven't got there. I haven't told nobody how I run my business in the present. I said this is how I started. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And I hear a lot of people I just see a lot of people just like, getting upset because, hey, I cut a lot of the costs. I've been doing business for a long time. I've been doing business for a long time.
Mhm.
So, and I understand though, why would I go out here willy-nilly just spending money when I don't need to?
Mhm.
So that's like me wearing I understand you gotta have an umbrella, but that's like me wearing the umbrella in the summertime out here though, bro. I don't need that right now.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't need that right now. So that's
So
all I'm saying.
it sound like you got something else going on.
Nah. I mean, like I didn't look. I didn't get on my personal. I'm not talking about my personal.
No, no,
I'm talking
no,
about business. I'm talking about
no.
business, and
For you,
we talking about wait.
for you
We
to
talking
rent a
about
truck based
Mhm.
on when you like. So this wasn't something that okay. I'm gonna rent the truck and I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run. If you renting the truck, doing a load, taking the truck back, going home, looking for another load, calling Penske, renting the truck again.
Mhm.
You obviously had something else going on, right?
I had well after that I had 2,500. I go back up to 3,000 when you understand. I go back up to 3,000 when I make the money from the load I ran.
So when you come back home and park the truck and you pay for the rental,
Took
like
the
how
truck
what's the
back.
what's the
I took the truck
what's the
back.
okay, what's the timeline of when you find another load and have to call Penske and go back and rent another truck?
Let me see, because like I said, that was like within 2 weeks of me my authority going live.
Mhm.
Probably like another week, 2 weeks at in between the time from me dropping off that truck on my first load and running my next load. I hustled. I went and tried to build relationships. That's why I say in the video I tried to build, and I think I got
Okay.
a load to. I want to say I got a load. I don't know. I would have to go look and see what my second load was because I got all my rate confirmations. I would have to
So
go see
two
what my
weeks.
second load.
So 2 weeks in between times, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm on my personal time because if I'm not running a load, I'm on my personal
Okay.
time. You know what
So
I'm saying?
so now here's where you know what I'm saying. So a person, majority of people who's going to start the business, listen, I'm in this truck. I'm looking for loads. I ain't no 2 weeks in between time. So you rent the truck, running the load, parking it. 2 weeks you ain't doing nothing. Then 2 weeks you go find a load, and then you go back on the road. That's not how
Mm-hmm.
most people that come into this box truck business plan to run. They plan to rent a truck and run it.
But like I said in my video, and it sounded more and more like you watched it, bro. You say you didn't watch it, but it sounded like more
I
and more you
didn't
watched the
watch it.
video.
I didn't
All
watch
right.
it. I swear, if
Like
I
I
would have
said,
watched
okay.
it, bro, I would tell you I watched it, bro. I've
No, like I
watched
said, okay. This is what I said in the video.
timestamps.
I said I got in the business to play the long game, right? I didn't come out. I didn't come out with a burst of speed. I didn't come out with a big old bag of money and said I'm fit to go from goddamn Tijuana to Maine. I didn't do that. I said I'm about to play the long game. So so I understood these brokers are not dealing with me. They are not dealing with me. So what I have to do is I have to build my relationships. So what I did was I went to RMIS. This is what I said in the video, truck stop, and you can see the list of brokers and the requirements they have. If you go to Global Trans, you're going to see that they want 180 days authority time. I can't work with them. So
Okay.
what I saw starting out was TQL and I saw CH Robinson. So with that being said, I understood. All right, I'm not gonna make no money really in the first year, but
That's
I'm
not
not
true.
playing.
That's not true.
Listen, hold up, hold up,
It's not
hold up,
true.
hold up. This is why I'm saying that, Mark. This is why I'm saying that. Now, I'm not saying I didn't make no money because I was able to get a truck, but this is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I understood the game. I got to start off. I got to pace myself. And what I did was I paced myself until I got this authority time under my belt.
Okay.
So once I got this authority time under my belt, I'm able to expand and breathe a little bit. Okay, so I can breathe. I'm not just in California no more.
So
You know what
how
I'm
is
saying?
that a
Not
but how is that a debunk? Because if I want to start a box truck business, I'm coming in to start the business. I'm not coming in to run a load 200
I can't.
miles, come
I'm
back and
starting
park
the
the
business.
truck and then do nothing for 2 weeks and then 2 weeks later
See,
go rent a truck and
this is
go book a load, go rent a truck. The people that are watching content, they looking to start a business, meaning, listen, if I'm coming in the rental route, I'm renting a truck and I'm looking for loads, man. I'm running this truck every day. When I drop a load, I'm looking for another one. So for you to say this and then say you
okay.
debunking, most people that's coming in to start a business, they not looking to come run a load, park, take the truck back to Penske, sit for 2 weeks, then 2 weeks later go find another load and go rent another truck. Like, that's not what the scenario most people coming in to rent the truck and run.
So if you listen to your narrative as to why people fail, that's the reason, because they get in business and they expect it to be an overnight thing. And it's not an overnight thing. And what I did, I didn't take the overnight approach, and I'm still in business. So this is what I'm saying. So you get in business, a brand new authority. Like you said on your video, you still on the new. You still
Okay.
on the new. So how is you fit to get these loads?
You can
You
get
looking
this.
at wait. You looking at the load bars in the house. You looking at all these straps you done bought. You looking at all this with no load to run. So people get in the game. So if I was to open a store right now, me and my girl open a boutique, right? We get all this stuff, right? We buy all this stuff. We get the shelves, we get register, we set up the Square account, we take credit cards, debit cards, and all that. We got all the inventory, we got everything, right? Hey, and we open. We had a place with good foot traffic, all that. And the first day, we don't make nothing.
Okay.
Right? Now, you bought all this stuff because you thinking business about to boom. You had everything planned. You put money in marketing, you put money in everything. You had every reason to succeed. But it just didn't happen like that though. Or you could say, you know what? I want to sell clothes, right? I want to sell clothes. Let me go downtown. I'm gonna buy a couple of dresses. I'm out of $50. Let me see how this gonna work with the $50. You understand what I'm saying? And you go sell them dresses. You buy them for $10. You sell them for $15. You make a $25 profit off your $50. Now you sitting at $75. So you could take that approach, or you could go all in. That's what I'm saying. So a lot of go ahead.
That's two different. That one is hustling and one is actual business owner.
It's all commerce. It's commerce.
No. Because to get a brick and mortar in a city, especially like LA or Chicago, you gotta have a license.
No, you don't.
You gotta. So you tell me you can go open a clothing store in LA and you don't need a general business license?
I'm 100% saying you can open a clothing store in LA without a business license. I'm 100%
okay.
saying
Well,
that.
well, okay. How? Okay, hold on. How? See, now it's gonna get interesting. How?
This is how you go and you rent the building, fill out your lease, you get the building,
okay,
and you put some clothes in there.
That's illegal, man. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying. Can that be done? Yes. But here's the thing where it talks about I have a moral compass.
I didn't finish.
Go ahead. Finish.
A business license and a seller's permit is two different things. Bruh, you could go to the Board of Equalization and get a seller's permit for free. A business license is something totally different. I know what I'm talking about, bruh. I know the city I live in.
How can you open a clothing store? You selling clothes, right? You selling goods, right?
You got a permit to sell clothes.
Okay, and what else are you collecting that you got to pay?
Far as what?
You tell me, businessman. Because here's why you can't do it. Here's why you can't do it. Go ahead, I'm gonna let you cook, and then I'm gonna tell you why you can't do it.
Nah, tell me why I can't do it. Because
you selling goods. You selling goods.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something that they want. Sales tax. This is why you got to have a business license. If they find out you running an unsolicited or an illegal store out of there and you don't have a business license, I don't need to look up LA. I know LA is a huge city, and I know you need a license to open up a general merchandise sale where you selling general merchandise or clothes. You need a license because you need to pay sales tax.
And that's what your EIN is for.
No, that's not. It's not.
All right.
No, it's not. It's not.
So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
See, this is
your seller's permit. Your seller's permit is the same thing, bro. It's the same. You are able to sell goods with a seller's permit, and you have your EIN that's going to track your sales. You do not need a business license to open a store. We're not selling alcohol. We're not selling food. This is not.
You're selling goods. You're selling goods.
This is not good. Listen, I said you're not selling goods for consumption.
It don't need to be consumption. If you sell an article of clothing, it's a good. There's sales tax on goods. There's no tax on service. If you're selling a good, there's sales tax. Now, depending on the municipality, there's going to be city tax, there's going to be state tax, and if you're in a crooked place, there's going to be county tax.
So listen, so with the county of Los Angeles, all you need to sell goods out here is a seller's permit, bruh. You need a. So
you telling me you can open a brick and mortar store in LA without a license?
Okay. With a seller's permit, you have your seller's permit right there, and you're good. You're not selling tobacco. You're not selling liquor. You're not selling food. You need a license for all that stuff, and they're going to still track them sales.
How?
I just said though, bro. Do your business account, man.
I'm telling you how. Tell me.
I just said it. Through your business account, through your EIN. You got to do your taxes.
Okay. And how you collecting your taxes? How you collecting the sales tax?
Like I said, through your Stripe account, Square account, credit card payments, debit card payments.
I'm gonna go ahead, bro, because this because you wrong, bro.
All right.
You cannot sell goods. You cannot sell goods. You see it. I see motherfuckers standing on the corner selling shit illegal too. But here's the thing. You said go open up a brick and mortar store, open up the door. We're open for business, and you have no business license.
Bruh,
you have no business license.
It's done out here. Look,
bro. So look, have you ever tried to go? Have you ever went down to City Hall and applied for a business license? What about the zoning permits? How do you know if the zone that you want to even open up the business, if it's even permitted for you to open up the business in that zone?
To sell ladies' clothing? To
bro,
sell ladies'
yes.
clothing? Wait. To sell ladies' clothing. See, in the city I'm from, though, bro, I'm not selling tobacco, I'm not selling food, and I'm not selling alcohol, right? So the zoning, bro, all right. This is how I'm gonna tell just from a entry level position.
Hey Kirk,
right?
Hey Kirk, you see what happened when you jumped the gun, Kirk? Hey Kirk, you see what happened when you jumped the gun? Stop jumping the gun. But go ahead and cook up, big dog.
Like I said, if I'm right here, if I'm downtown Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
And they got an open building for lease.
Mm-hmm.
And I see all of my competition selling clothes. That's how you find out right there if it's zoned to sell this stuff. We're not near no schools. We're not near. We selling these clothing.
And see, here's the thing: just because they there, you might not get granted the license. Why? Listen, for the same reason, I could try to go open a barbershop. Listen, there's already 2 barbershops on that. We're not granting you a license. Man, I'm trying to open this liquor store. Man, we can't. It's already one in the area. This zone is on. We only permitting 2 barbershops. This is why you need a license, bro.
I get that, but this is what I'm saying.
You can't open no brick and mortar in LA with no business license. You got to pay sales tax.
Yes, you can. This is what I'm saying. With a barbershop, you're dealing with the Department of Health, bro. That's the same thing as selling food.
Bro,
if you're
dealing with the Department of Health,
if I got a seller's permit, I can sell whatever I want in California, bro.
Listen to me. If you're dealing with Department of Health, you mean to tell me bro, I don't have to go to Google for this because it's just what's known, don't need to be explained. But I just went to Google. All right. So
Google. All right.
yeah, dude, this is Google in 2025 for Los Angeles, not
Let's go.
booms fuck nowhere.
Okay.
No, you cannot open a brick and mortar store in Los Angeles without a business license. You must register business with the city and county and obtain the required license. What licenses are required? Your BTRC, required for all businesses operating in Los Angeles. You can apply for the BTRC online. County business license, required for business that may impact public health, welfare, or safety. You can apply for the county business license by contacting the business. By business license, TTC, whatever, LA County. What other permits may be required? Zoning permits, required for interior construction that changes electrical, plumbing, ventilation, so on and so forth. Health and safety inspection. You can't open no business for the public to come in without them people coming in and making sure it's safe for them to come in. This is what I'm saying. Like, what
everything on that list says public health, welfare, or safety. I want to sell some dresses in a store. I rent a little store to sell some dresses. You can sell that with a seller's permit, bro. You can go through the damn. This is where we gonna agree. I mean, disagree. This is where we gonna disagree. Because I live out here. I walk into these boutiques all day in these little stores. We gonna have to disagree on this one. I don't care what Google say.
So you mean to tell me you can go rent a dilapidated building and get a seller's permit, and the health and safety inspection ain't gonna come out there?
That. Nobody said that.
This is what you saying. You said you can just rent a building and you don't need a license. This is the reason why you need a license. You think? Hold on.
This is what I said, and you disregard that,
bro. Because I
said if I go next to another boutique, so nobody talk about no dilapidated building, bro. I said if you go to another, if it's an open building right here, right next to other boutiques, then and it's up to code, and these people are renting it out, right? This building is good to go.
What? What are you talking about, bro? You can't open a brick and mortar. No. You ain't finna run. I'm gonna say, don't run now.
I ain't trying to run because I see it done all day. Now, we probably talk about tomatoes and tomatoes, but this is what I'm saying, though, bro.
No. Just because a person, listen. I see people open up stores. I see people open up members only. They try to sneak around and open up bars and put members only on the front. I see people open boutiques. You know what happened after a few weeks?
I'm listening.
City in Chicago Business and Consumer Affairs roll around. Everybody out. They come with the police. They put this big orange sticker on the front. And they suspend. They revoke. They can't suspend it because they never had no license. But they put this big orange sticker on the front door, and it has a bunch of verbiage on there that says, either suspended, revoked, or operating without authority with a number. That's what happens, bro. You know why? You think LA, let's speak logically here. You think the city of LA, the second biggest city in the country, in the deficit they finna let you open up a brick and mortar and they don't want their piece? You think the county of LA gonna let you operate a business and they don't want their piece? Bro, we ain't talking about booms fuck nowhere. We talking about LA, pimp. You mean to tell me they gonna, because here's the thing. If anybody could just go open up any random fucking hole in the wall in LA and say, hey, open for business, everybody would be doing it. You mean to tell me LA don't want their piece? Gavin don't want his piece? The state, Gavin want his piece. Why the fuck is he doing that shit with the trucking? All this shit that they got going on, turning the water, reversing the water and all this shit, burning houses up because they want their piece. So you think they gonna let you come open up a store and don't pay your piece? Come on, man. Stop playing with me, man. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Let's make sense, bro. This is what I'm saying.
All right.
Now, what you saying, do people do it? Absolutely. You know how I know people do it? Because I see orange signs all over the city of Chicago. And every time I see an orange sign, that means there was somebody in there operating illegally. People do it all the time. And guess what? It just take a little minute for the business consumers affairs to roll around. They're going to come with about 2 or 3 police, everybody out. They're going to chain it up, put a big orange sticker on the door. Listen, you want to operate? Bring your ass down to the city, Pay who you need to pay, get the proper licenses, get the proper insurance. You can't even open a business in a city like LA without being insured. Why? This is why the health and safety inspection come around to make sure that the property is up to code. Some places you got to have a bathroom. This is a reason. The register got to be here. The door can't be here. The door got to be over here. The counter got to be over here. Those shelves are too close together. You got to have a bathroom. You got to have this. This is the point of the inspection. Ask me how I know.
You done, bro?
Ask me how I know. No, I'm done. Cook up.
All right, bro. It ain't nothing else to cook, bro. You said it all, though, bro. And I said what I said. I've been where I'm at with it, though, bro. I've been where I'm at with it. You could do all of that, though, bro. I know what I'm talking about. You know what you talk about, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is, though, bro. That's what it is. So, hey, you know what? No, that's what it is. I'm not saying you wrong, but I know what I'm talking about. I know what I know. You know what you know.
So the way you talking about is illegal.
That's what it is. There we go with the line of.
I'm saying, is it legal? Is it legal?
Is it legal? Yeah.
So
I'm
you can legally
do this.
You can legally just
sell some clothes. Yeah.
You're selling goods. Yes, goods.
Hmm.
So when you go buy shoes and clothes in the store in LA, what the receipt say at the bottom?
So when you buy what?
Like when you go in the store in LA and you buy some clothes, what the receipt say at the bottom? When you get all the way down past the
sales tax and all that shit.
Okay. All right. You think these businesses have a city of LA business license?
You
think Cool Kicks out there?
Wait, bro. It says right here, man. The seller's permit will enable you to collect and pay taxes for the items that you sell. Required for both wholesalers and retailers. This is from the city of Los Angeles.gov. But I don't know what I'm talking about, though. I'm just a nigga finagling shit, man. I'm just a nigga that's finagling shit, man.
Where you looking at?
I'm looking at. Hold up. The city of Los Angeles seller's permit. City of Los Angeles.gov.
All right. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to search, can you open a brick and mortar store in LA with a seller's permit? Only a seller's permit is just one of the requirements, bro. That's not all the requirements. The seller permit does not allow you to open a brick and mortar, bro. Listen, bro, all I'm asking you to do is just
I'm looking it up.
This
now,
is
bro.
all I be asking people to do,
I'm looking
bro.
it up, bro. I'm looking it up.
Just think logically, bro. LA, you think LA gonna take the risk of letting people open?
This is why when you said Google, and I said Google, right? Because this is what I typed in. Can I open a clothes store with a seller's permit? And the AI overview said, yes, you can open a clothing store in California with a seller's permit.
Bro,
a seller's permit is required for any business that sell tangible personal property that is subject to sales tax.
No, you cannot open a brick and mortar.
You just told me to search that. Now you want to argue with Google? That's on you.
You supposed no. You supposed to know all the requirements. No, you cannot open a brick and mortar store in LA with only a seller's permit. While a seller's permit is hold on. While a seller's permit is necessary to legally sell tangible goods in California, you will also need additional business license and permits. A seller's permit is a permit. It's not your business license. It's not your taxes for you to sell your sales tax.
I'm going to type what you put in, word for word. Brick and mortar store.
All right, bro. I give up. I give up, bro. I just can't, bro.
No, hey, look, bro. Hey, this is what I'm gonna give you.
I,
This is what I'm gonna give you, though, bro.
I,
This is
I
what I'm gonna
just
give you, though, bro. No, you know, when you talk to a nigga long enough, though, you get a better understanding. Though, this is what I give you, though, bro. Look, hold up. Only sellers permit only.
you from the Insanes? They saying you from the Insanes.
Look, where is they getting all this information from, bro? This is what
They
I'm
know
saying.
it.
Wrong in the motherfucker. They don't know
They not
shit.
right. They ain't.
Man,
You
they
ain't
don't
one of
know
the
shit.
Insanes.
Man, they don't know shit.
They,
They don't know
you said
shit.
you said "cuz" a few times.
I ain't say cut nothing. There you go. Hey, don't do that. Hey, for real, don't do that. Don't do that on no
All right,
platform
bro.
like this, bro. No, I don't play.
That's
I
in
got
the.
5
It's in the
kids, bro.
chat.
Nah,
It's in the
hey, bro,
chat.
you gonna listen to these trolls? Hey, bro,
I'm
don't. Hey, for
reading
real.
it, bro.
Hey, no, on some serious shit though, bro.
I'm,
On some serious, like on some real life serious though, bro. Like,
I'm,
hey,
I'm
I'm gonna
reading it.
tell I'm gonna tell everybody though, bro. Like right here though, bro. Hey, y'all can go to my page and say whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can say whatever y'all want on this chat right here though, right? Hey, but we ain't fit to put no labels on me though, bro, that I ain't fit to fight off, right? Hey, and I'm gonna say it right now though. Hey, cause me being from LA don't equate to me gang banging, bro. And like I said, I got 5 kids out here. I don't know who in this chat, bro. I drive around like I'm very hands-on with my children, though, bro. Very, very hands-on. And as a father, I don't play that, homie. I don't
All
play
right, all
that.
right,
So
all right,
please
all right.
don't.
Enough said.
So
All right, y'all in the
respectfully,
chat.
please let's not do that, though, bro.
Yeah,
No,
stop
y'all
with
can
the
call me a bitch ass nigga if you want, but when it comes
No,
to certain
no,
shit,
they ain't
man,
they gonna call you that. But you know when you, it's just like Chicago, bro. We got a culture. You gotta understand. You from a market that has influenced popular culture. This goes back to
I
this
get it.
content shit. I'm from the crib. We not from 63rd. All that shit, bro. This is what you get on phone them. When you gonna create content, people gonna hit you. They gonna hear that LA slang. They gonna hit you with that shit, bro.
Yeah.
I hear you. But hold on, let's get back to it. So, what were you saying? Go ahead.
Nah, hey, you know what though, bro?
Hope you didn't lose your
Nah,
train of
because
thought.
I kind of did though. Hey, look, bro. I'm gonna say this like you just said. We in the content space and shit like that. And I understand that though, bro. Hey, if anybody click my channel, they know what I'm about, bro. They know what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? They know what I'm about. So I'm gonna leave it right there though, bro. Everybody can be keyboard gangsters. Everybody can talk all the shit they want through this keyboard and all that though, bro. But when it came time to look, bro, hold up. When it came time to just clarify something, far as like this gang shit though, bro, and am I from insane and shit like that? Look, bro, whoever you getting your information, that I don't know where they got that from. Why insane?
Bro, I don't even know what that is. I know it's a
Why insane?
I know they be talking about it on No Jumper, but like I'm not
So
from LA. So
if you
I
got
don't
people,
know.
look, this is what I'm saying. If you got people in your chat, right? You said it's a lot of anonymous people up in here though, bro. It's a lot of anonymous people up in here. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, like please. You know what I'm saying? Don't listen to everything they say though, bro. And you, hey, bro. I think you a brilliant nigga at what you do, bro. You feel
What I
me? I
do.
think you brilliant at what you do. As far as the content
I
you create
appreciate it.
and how informative you are in this business, in this industry that you in. You know what I'm saying? I think you're great at what you do. So, hey, bro, you too motherfucking smart to be believers, to be like really echoing some shit from some idiots, bro. Like, don't do that though, bro.
Bro. Hold on. Dog, you gotta understand the chat gonna be the chat, bro. If you gonna
I
create
understand, but you
content,
echoed
bro.
it though, bro.
No, I read it. It was right there.
Yeah,
All right,
though,
so this is
bro.
what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna read the comments in the chat for engagement and for the satire. I thought you was a little light. We've been kicking it, but I know right there we can't touch on that. I'm gonna leave that alone.
No, far as the like that gang banging shit. Cause like I said though, bro, like with that being said though, bro, and I'm about to sag off here in a minute though, bro. Hey, Mark, you like, hey, go to my channel though, bro. You know what I'm saying? When you get some free time, whenever you free though, bro. Like, I don't know if y'all know what a non-affiliate is though, bro. Hey, I'm a nigga that went through 41 years of Los Angeles though, bro, and never succumbed to the peer pressure of joining none of that shit though, bro. I
You
stand on my own
41?
though, bro. I'm 41, bro.
I thought you
You
was
know what
like
I'm saying?
30 something.
No, I'm 41. So with that being said, though, bro, I didn't succumb to the peer pressure of joining nothing. I stood on my own foot everywhere I go on this planet, bro. So
No, it's
I
all
and I
good.
take and I take pride in that. So and then another thing with the like we on this platform, I don't know who on here though, bro. Because I see, like I said, I understand the line of questioning with certain people up in here. I don't know who is who. So with that being said, like I'm gonna just clear my name of any gang affiliation. That's all I'm doing.
You
That's all
don't
I'm
have to
doing.
do that, bro. But here's what
No,
I
I
want
do,
you to
I do, I do.
understand.
I gotta do that every day of my life.
Let me give you a little bit, if you're willing to accept some
Yeah,
advice.
yeah.
You made a video, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You put me on the thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
With content creation, there's going to be people that influence people. There's going to be subscribers. People are going to, once you create a video like that, bro, you got to know that it's going to be some people that herald you, but it's going to be some backlash.
And I took all of the trolling.
Okay.
I took that like a
Okay,
champion. But
so
like
I
when we
can't.
get into more serious matters, though, that's all I'm saying, bro. When we get into more serious matters, that's all I'm saying, bro. That's a more of a serious matter, though, bro. Like, bro. If you go to my video I just did earlier, though, bro, I ain't with none of that no jumper shit. And I understand we make content. I'm ready for whatever come my way. I'm here. I pulled up.
Okay.
Knowing I was going under scrutiny, bro. Knowing I was facing scrutiny, I pulled up, bro.
I deal with the Chicago culture and our influence. You gotta understand, you from a big market, bro. So when people hear you talk, they're gonna automatically see what they hear on No Jumper. All this stuff. 40s, 50s, 60s, all that. This is what they're gonna do. They do me the same way.
Yeah.
On phone them. It's just bro. Bro. It ain't.
Hey, somebody
serious,
said
bro.
Somebody said, so why you so emotional? Hey, bro, I've been chilling the whole time, bro. We've been laughing. I didn't admit it. I was wrong on certain shit.
Let's
I didn't
get back
admit
to
it
the
all
content.
that. No,
let's
this
get back
is what
to
I'm
this,
saying,
bro.
though. Hey, bro, I don't think they understand, though, bro. Like, hey, where I'm really from, bro. Y'all can look at this shit like, bro, if you throw out there like I'm from Insane, no, this is what I'm saying. But hey, I got a big like little entourage with me. Far as my babies though, bro. So this is what, hey, bro, as a father first though, bro, I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do to get that off of them and get that off of me, because I don't want none of that shit coming my way from the internet. Because I say I'm up all day. I don't bang. I ain't with none of that shit though. I'm thinking about my children, bro. So when I get on the internet, I'm talking about box trucking and shit like that. I take all the scrutiny for that. But no, we ain't gonna pay. We ain't wearing no jackets like that.
Okay.
It's all good though, but yeah.
Y'all chill out in the comment section with that.
No,
but
look, bro, we can talk all shit, but just I don't gang bang. I'm just letting it be known. I don't bang. Let's do it like that. Okay. I don't bang.
So here's the thing. The seller's permit that you're talking about is not the only. That's what I was saying. It's just not the only. It's part of the requirements, but it's not. The reason why I know this is because no city is going to allow you to open a brick and mortar. They have to be conscious of the public safety for one.
Yeah.
So although I hear what you're saying, and people may take that, I can open a business with a seller's permit. When LA County roll around Business and Consumer Affairs, I'm pretty sure they could do the same thing they do here in Chicago. They're going to shut them down. They're going to close it up, chain it up, lock it up, and put a big sticker and say, do not enter, blah, blah, blah. That's all.
Yeah. God.
I remember I was in the process of opening a car wash, maybe like 2016. It didn't come into fruition, but I went down to City Hall to get all the requirements and everything. And it was just so much I had to do. It was like the zoning. They was like, well, when the cars pull out the car wash, you need to put $1 million coverage on the exit in case anybody that's walking, that's not paying attention, get hit by a car on the exit. You got to have certain flashers. This is why a person could come into your business and the roof could fall down. That's why they want to come in there and inspect it. This is why they want a license, so they can come in and do their inspections annually or biannually to make sure that your business is safe for the public. Plus, they want to collect the taxes.
Are you right?
How would the city of LA function if it don't collect taxes?
It just shows you on what I sent you. You could collect taxes off your seller's permit, but I don't. Hey, this is what I'm gonna say though, bro, because you know what? I flirt with my ego, but I don't live in it though, bro. You right, bro. You right. As I'm sitting up here reading, you know what I'm saying? You're right. It said I'm looking at the shit right here. I put in what you said. Can you open a brick and mortar with a seller permit only? It said many cities in most California counties require a business license to operate regardless of brick and mortar or online status.
Yeah.
So there you go. It I have nothing else to say right there.
Did
So
you know when you sell? Do you know when you sell goods online, you required to pay state taxes? Shopify automatically has it in that wherever your business, once you put all your information in your state, it automatically propagates the state taxes for you, and it takes it out of every sale, and you gotta, you have to have a business license.
But you can still pay you can still handle your tax situation with the seller's permit. But to the other shit you was talking about, to the other scenarios and going full fledged with it, you need that business license. I just read that, bro. You know what I'm saying? So hey, bro,
well,
it's all good.
I mean, I
bro.
appreciate you for
I appreciate you having me. I'm gonna pull back up again. You know what I'm saying? I hope I you know what I'm saying, just got my little point across on from the trucking to the I know how y'all summing this up. I'm just an old LA hustler, you know what I'm saying, and I am. But you know what I'm saying, with my box truck business though, bro, I handle business, and I handle
bro. I was unlicensed doing unlicensed moves before I became licensed. I just didn't start at the top where so many people start. I started in a pickup truck. I rented a truck. I rented another truck. Rented another truck. I didn't even know what I was doing at that time. I needed X, Y, and Z. I knew I needed something, but at the time I built something that started from my pickup truck and it grew, and eventually I ran into them people. I got caught up in a sting with my local municipal administrative agency that regulates moving. That's what forced me to go get licensed. They are the ones that, I'm like, damn, it was a lot of shit that situation taught me that forced me to go do what I needed to do. It's just, I was in a blessing that I had been doing it for a couple of years. So I had the money. You see what I'm saying?
The working capital, yeah.
Right. So, but I started from humble beginnings. There's no way I would have been able to start that at that point with no knowledge and very, very minimal money. So what you did, I commend you. I know why you did it. We talked about your background, where you come from. You see what I'm saying? I can, just like you said, okay, I can recognize a hustle when I see one, but everybody's situation ain't gonna be the same. It could be based on they setting, their market, their background, their upbringing.
No, that's the biggest part of the lesson that I learned with what you're saying though, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Where you come from and where I come from, it's cost to live here. We have to figure this shit out. I talked to people. A lady came up last year on one of the call-in show. She talking about quitting her job to start a box truck business. You know what a mortgage was? $600 fucking dollars. $600. Bro, my goddamn association fees is more than $600. My association fees are more than her mortgage. You see what I'm saying? So a person like her that wants to quit her job to start a box truck business where she's making $75,000 a year, her mindset based on her living and the cost of living, because she's so smart. Like, my mindset ain't looking like that, boy. But I keep talking about that. I spent $15 on a carton of eggs a week or two ago.
Yeah.
So
shit crazy.
So where I'm from, where you from, we from big cities, blue cities, democratic, and we got to pay out of our ass. So we gonna find a way. People that got luxuries of not a high cost of living, they don't operate in the mindset we operate. I'm gonna find a win. A win might not exist. I'm gonna create one. And what you did, that's just what you did. I salute you. It's just everybody's situation ain't. Majority of the people that you speak to that's watching this type of content ain't gonna be able to do what you did. Not because of just your mindset, because of their location. So
yeah. Now that's real shit though, bro. Like I said, hey, bro, I gotta get up out of here, baby. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's all good.
Like, yeah, man. I appreciate y'all for having me though, man. Hey, y'all have a blessed one, man. Stay up, bro.
All right, be safe. Appreciate you.
All right, man.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, I wasn't finna bring you up when he was up here, bro.
I know he wasn't. I knew he wasn't. I already knew. Do you know
me and him would probably be
I gotta
arguing.
keep it. I gotta keep it fair across the board.
Yeah, yeah. You know, me and him were gonna be arguing, but he didn't mention how he drove the 300-mile threshold. He drove outside of that. He didn't mention that. He should have talked about that part. And the adding the different vehicles, taking them off the insurance, adding them. I'm pretty sure he wasn't doing that. He just used whatever van he had with the start. Used that van, ran with it, got away with it. He got away with it too. He got away with it. He got away with
Yeah,
all that.
I he got away with a lot of stuff. I think certain things was some knowns don't need to be explained, and I just didn't bring them up because we on a public platform, and I've come to
Yeah,
find out that you'll be surprised who watched this content. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah,
You'll be
yeah.
surprised. They watching. I found out recently they watching. So it's certain things that I'm just not gonna say.
It's
You
the
know what
same
I'm saying?
situation with Kurt. When I was talking to Kurt, I told him we're not gonna talk about the misclassification of employees, all that stuff, or how you operate your business. We're not even talk about that because you don't know who could be watching.
Yeah, you don't
Um,
know who could be watching. Not only are they watching, you got brokers is watching. I don't know if you was in the Discord. The guy came and they they watched the content, saw him come up on the show and punished him for putting the
yeah,
information out. It's all type of shit. That's why I can't. It's just certain situation, certain shit that I'm
and
just not gonna.
in his situation of being a broker, he worked for a brokerage. In my situation, I worked for myself. I had my own MC, my own brokerage. I had all the systems set up, so I could speak about a lot of this shit that they
Mhm,
know that he talks about. I could speak on that. They might make me look bad in the industry,
mhm,
um, maybe to a shipper, maybe, but
mhm.
most of them don't care.
Yeah, so it is what it is. I don't. I think I think it was a good, healthy conversation. I just
No, it was. I'm glad you didn't bring me up because it probably been arguments going across. I was gonna probably speak calm, but he's probably gonna do a whole lot of yelling. But the in his situation, the cost was very circumstantial. He got away with a lot of shit though.
he got
I
away with
commend
a
him for
lot.
that though.
Yeah,
He
that's why I
got
said
I commend
yeah,
him for that.
yeah.
And everybody don't start off right all the time. Not everybody start off
No,
right. I'm saying, but you
no.
should boast as if you did. You just you keep all that shit on the low.
That's why I corrected him, because you have to be transparent, because what I've learned from creating content is people will just take what you say at face value.
Yeah,
And what may be face value and work for you may not work for everyone. That's why it's best to just give people the general information, of going about things the right way, and depending on the audience that you may have for that particular day. If you see if it's a small audience, it's more advanced people. If I'm in the Discord, I can give some sauce away that I may not be able to give away, on a more public setting with 117 people like it was in here earlier, because some people will take that information and run with it. It may not be the best information for them at a specific particular time. And if something goes awry, I'll be the cause of it. So I'm very careful. I've learned that. So that's all I wanted him to understand.
I'll say also too, like when I watched the video and I was like breaking down because I needed to understand the context of it. It's like he was talking from a point of he's never been to. I can likely say he's probably never been to another state outside of California, because most of the dudes that I know that's like grown up, bred in LA, they never want to leave.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he understood what other laws and how things work in other states. They think that their state is so fucked up that it's nowhere that's worse than what they have.
Mm-hmm.
So in his situation, he was like, "Damn, if I could do this and I could do this here." Plus, they state. I mean, you could do interstate a lot easier in California, in a state like Texas, because it's so big. You could
Mm-hmm.
just go up the I-5. What I think is I-5 or I-95. I forgot the interstate, but you go
I-95
up.
is
I think it's
east.
like
Yeah.
yeah, you go up. All you have to do is go up, and you can run about 300, 600 miles in
Mm-hmm.
California easy and still be interstate.
Yeah.
Um, and when he was breaking down the video, he said the other licenses. He wasn't, he was trying to commend you for everything you do, your content. But when he was breaking down the video, He said
Mm-hmm.
he's talking about other licenses. I don't know what the fuck he talking about. He didn't talk about that part. He didn't talk about the carb
Well,
certificate. But in his video in the comments, he said he got a carb certificate for
eh,
$16. That's the other license.
right. And see, that's the thing. Even here in this state, you got people that don't even know they need an Illinois Commerce Commission's license. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? They just get the federal, the DOT and the MC, and then they run. And then when the ICC pull up on their ass, it's I don't know. ICC ain't giving you a break because it's an administrative agency, and they job is to make money off you, not knowing.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I'm pretty sure, I don't want to say, but LA, California, I'm pretty sure it's some type of local license for interstate that's required. You know what I'm saying? For California.
They do. They do. The semi trucks have them. They'll have like the CA number. It will be a CA, and then
CA number,
you
right.
see the CA. You have that CA number. They
Mm-hmm.
had that just like the KYU. You're supposed to have your KYU number on the outside and shit like that. And then New York, I just helped 3 carriers out that I always ask them. I say, do you got your HUD sticker? And they'll be like, yes or no. And when they tell me no, I'm just like, well, you only trying to stay regional
Yep.
in the Northeast, and you don't got no HUD sticker? They'll be like, no, what's that? I say,
See right here, you need a CA number for anything over 10,000 pounds. So
yes,
I
yes.
could have went deeper and deeper and deeper, but he wasn't really here for it. So it's all good. It's all good.
I mean, yeah, he doing this shit on the low. So I was like, I'm not really trying to do too much exposing, but I don't want somebody when the things that hurt my nerve is when you say it and then somebody else watch it and then they take it for face value. That's why he needed to break it all down. He needed to break it all down why he came to that conclusion. Then
I
he
think
couldn't do that.
I think people get upset like that video that he and other people are upset about is because one, that was a clip from a live stream. So it was a part of the live stream where I was just in character, I was animating, I was cooking, I just clipped that. So when you get that 10-15 minute video from a live stream and as soon as it starts, I'm just going in, a lot of people, they feel like their dreams is getting crushed. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you the real, what he was able to do, I commend him, you commend him, but majority of
Yeah.
people that are coming into this business, they're not going to do that based on all the variables that I presented. We have people that have come up that had to pay $5,000 down payment to rent a truck just last year.
And two, it's not logical. It's like, so a lot of people are saying, Box Out just said, was it profitable? No, hell no. If you actually break down all his costs throughout the day, no, it's not profitable to do that. You might as well go get a job. You're not gonna make money doing that. He said he run a load once or twice a week. I think he said every two
Once every
weeks
2
or
weeks, every 2
once
weeks.
every 2 weeks.
So,
How is that even
right.
profitable? You
He
just
said
doing
he's
that
in
just
it.
to say you got a box truck business.
He said he's in it for the long game, but then even that, when most people coming in from the rental route, they renting the truck to run, drop a load, have another
Yeah.
load, drop a load, have another load. So when I say it's not possible, I didn't watch the video, so I don't know if he articulated what he articulated here in his video as far
No.
as he'll run a
No,
load.
the video wasn't like that. No, hell
So
no.
so that's
Video
what
definitely.
that's why I'm saying is like, I, when I make my content, it's for to do the things on the straight and narrow. You know, and
It was a
this is
social
proven.
experiment.
Yeah, but see, that's what
It
I'm
was a
saying.
social experiment.
You cannot do it. He didn't do it. Based on the way he did it, he didn't do it. He started
No.
with some money. He got his authority. He rented a truck. He ran a load. He came back home and took the truck back to Penske. You didn't run another load for 2 more weeks, and then you went and rented another truck. You parked it again. So technically, this is how you were able to do it.
And two, you can't find freight like that to be able to do that in California. The loads, they get booked too fast, and then he's trying to plan 1-2 days ahead to book a load, and then so he can plan to book the truck rental. And more than likely, I don't think he went into Penske saying, "Hey, I need to rent, rent a truck under your business for a commercial rental." I think he just went in there with like how you just want to ask Penske, to get a
Mm-hmm.
truck to move, to do
Mm-hmm.
like a regular household goods move for your own house. Went in there, I
Mm-hmm.
said, I just need a truck. They say, what for? I just need a truck. I just need a
Mm-hmm.
truck. I just gotta move some stuff. Paid whatever the little amount
No,
he paid,
but they're gonna give
and
you a
then
household. They're gonna give you a household rate for that. They're not gonna give you a
truck, yeah,
commercial
they
rate.
gonna give you a household rate. So I don't. To me, I don't understand how he got that rate or how they do it in California. I don't know how he got all that approved. But once he did get that approved, he picked up the truck and moved it. I don't know how he
Mm-hmm.
did that, but I know you in California. There's ways to finesse that too.
Mm-hmm.
Some way, somehow he finessed. And I told him if you wanted to do a real social experiment, shit, you can start a box truck business, with $0.
Mm-hmm.
Just go ahead and scam your whole way of doing it. Scam, buy a truck off of, a CPN. Go get a CPN, buy a truck off of that. You ain't pay nothing for that. Go do that. If you want to get fuel, piece up the fuel. You piece it up. Now you're using somebody else's credit card information for the fuel. Just
Mm-hmm.
go do that. Don't even get a DOT number. Just,
You,
say the truck is personal property when you get stopped by DOT. It's personal property and there. It's all mine. Destroy the paperwork.
mm-hmm.
Just do that. That's how you start with $0. I mean, you're not proving anything by saying, "Oh, I can start at less than 5,000." I know, and the stuff that I'm saying, I've seen somebody do.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I know somebody that had they had two semi trucks. They were piecing up the fuel, asking him like, how's he able to afford to do this, that, and the third? Came to find out he don't even pay for fuel.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big cost he don't have to pay for. Running two semi trucks.
Hmm.
He booked whenever I seen the load he booked. It was like in a semi truck booking a um full power only load. It was a full truckload, not even round trip for less than $1.86 a mile. And I was like, how you doing that? I don't even got to pay for fuel. I piece it up. And if you're in Atlanta, you know what that means. When they say they pieced it up,
Yeah.
all right, you know what that means.
Mm.
So some people running their trucking companies like that.
I,
They
and,
find a
and
way.
the and the more I shoot content, this just goes back to what I say. The more
Allegedly, I would say. Allegedly. I'm not gonna say no
as far
names.
as far as the where I'm at mentally, as far as my age and as far as like my business acumen and where I see where a lot of people that are coming into the space now, it's just day and night. So even when you try to teach people the right way to go about things, everybody thinks I use the word finagle or finesse, but this is what a lot of people are doing. Um, I don't teach it. I
And you
teach the up
absolutely
up. Go ahead.
need a license out there. I mean, I have
Yeah,
I'll go grab it right now. I have a California home improvement salesperson's license out there. You even need a license to basically sell furniture in California.
yeah. You need
You
a
need a
license
license
to
to
do it.
sell furniture.
Yeah, it's a good.
It's it's considered home improvement out there. Is you need a license for that. The same license that I
Oh,
have, you need a license for that. You tell me he's talking about you don't need a business license. A seller's permit is just a part of it, and then you need a tax account for that. So you got to set up a tax account through the California through ca.gov. You got to do all of that. More likely, you have to get your withholding tax number and stuff too. So you do need your state tax identification number. You need all that. They are like the most heavily regulated state.
I'll
Like
be
what
right
you
back. I
say,
got,
they
I
do.
got, I got, I got to go downstairs. I'll
Let
be
them
back
in.
in like 5 minutes. I gotta let somebody in. Yeah. So I don't know. You want to drop down? Or you want to hold on a second?
No, you drop me down. I will.
All right. I'll be back. I'll be back, y'all. I gotta open up the door. center. Damn it. All right, man. My girl here now, bro. She done brought food and everything. So
Yeah.
yeah, I got like 5 more minutes, but I got to get out of here. You got any final thoughts? We got a let me make this announcement. We got a new show that I'm working on. Isaiah, you're gonna be a part of it as far as the panel. So we're gonna bring the panel live. So I'm gonna work out the particulars in the Discord. Right? You on board for that, right?
Yeah. If it's something like after 5, too, if it's like
Yeah, it's
after
gonna be a
5.
late show. It's gonna be a late show
Okay.
because
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
yeah. After 5.
that show. Yeah, it can. Yeah, it's gonna be after 5. I just gotta go through the particulars in the Discord. But you got any final thoughts?
No, I just just don't want to mislead anybody with that type of information. Um, Definitely costs money to get into box trucking or any business as far as trucking goes. Can't really start with 5,000 and think you're gonna be successful. You might as well go get a job. If you're gonna do it that way, just go get a job. It's easier. Just stack up, save, and then you have the bread to start and scale a little bit quicker. Can't really scale a box truck business like that. That's just my opinion on that. And I hope talking to you, I hope it changed his mindset. I hope it really did. But he's from LA. Most of the time, you can't lecture those guys. You can't. They listen,
Mm-hmm.
but it's gonna go through one ear and out the other.
Well, it seemed like he even on the shit that was not the box truck stuff, the business license stuff. He went and he fact checked it, and he said, but see, me certain things like that, I would just expect someone to know. Like, bro, like you cannot open a business without a business license, let alone a brick and mortar. So certain things like that, I expect people to know. I'm from a big city. I'm from the third largest. He's from the second largest. When I ride around the city, I see big orange stickers on businesses every day because they got shut down for operating illegally.
It's a lot of shit they don't know about out there. They make it out there. The culture is find a way. Literally, when I was going door to door, all the homeowners saying something. We gonna find a way. I'd be like, you heard about the other laws Governor Newsom made? It'd be like, it don't matter. We gonna find a way. That's their motto out there. Find a way. So all that, they'll find out when it happens, when they get caught. When they get caught, they'll be like, damn, okay, now I know that. They're not going to go do no research to go find that out. They're going to be like, oh, okay, now I know that after it happens. So if they get any type of mentorship with somebody telling you to do it this way, then they'll listen. But out there, if they don't know, they're just going to go do it.
But
This
even
dude's
when
out
you
there
tell
running with no DOT, no MC, no nothing. Running lows out there.
But see, that's the thing. When you tell people, and I'm not speaking about him, but just in general, like what I'm seeing is when you tell people, nah, you can't do it that way. You tell people the right way to do it. When they go look and they see this shit is the right way is expensive, they go do it that way. But then when I say, yo, you can't do it, because what I'm saying is you can't do it above board, legal. I'm not telling nobody no illegal shit to go do. No, you can do it. And then it's always some underhanded shit. And I'm like, I don't know, bro. It's like, I don't know, bro. Like sometimes I be like, bro, like, I don't know.
But I'll put it like this. They'll appreciate that info when you do give them to them because they got to figure out a way when they get caught, they got to come up with some type of lie.
He said he want to come up. And listen, if you want to come up, you can come up. I'm going to let y'all go. I'm finna go eat. If he want to come back up, I'll bring him up and let y'all go back and forth. And then I'll come back in about 25, 30 minutes. If he want to come up, you can hit the link and come up. I'll let you come up and y'all can cook. I'm going to step away though. So, but he got kids. He said he got 5 kids, so he might not be able to come back up. But and my girl here. So if he gonna come back up, I'll let the live run and y'all can cook. But I'm gonna step away. If you not gonna come back up, then I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. But you welcome to any other time when we do the panel, you welcome to call back. You know what I'm saying? The conversations need to be had because there's a bunch. He said, "No, I'm just saying, give us some info instead of focusing on me." That's lame on his part. But see, here's goes back to what I'm saying. 887 Sinatra.
I give
You
up all
put
the time. I don't know what the fuck he talking about.
hold on. You put a video out. Now the video wasn't making no rounds. What made it put it on my radar was Kirk. He went in and
Yeah.
reviewed it because Kirk, he always on the hunt for some shit about Marky Mark. So when he put it on the radar, my Discord got to ringing. Hey man, Kirk on this, da da da. I didn't catch it. I heard the shit ringing. I caught it later after he had reviewed it. I caught it when you was up there.
Yeah,
I didn't see him.
to talk about
Right.
it.
So I didn't see the review, but 887 Sinatra. What you got to understand is when you create content and you bring somebody else in the mix, this is the results of it. I see me as I'm comfortable with it. I've been down this road before. So you got to understand it. And then especially when how do I want to say this? When you create content, 887, you're going to be under scrutiny. When you create content shooting, you're going to be even under more scrutiny because you scrutinizing somebody else, so people going to scrutinize you to see if you even qualified to scrutinize. So you got to accept it, bro. This is what you signed up for, and you shooting.
You call me the police because I know, sir, I already know. Like I told you in your comment section, I've been a freight broker before. A lot of that shit you pulling, it wouldn't even happen because like your schedule autos have to match what's on your insurance to even get a load with me. So that's basic shit. So I'm just saying you got away with that because they are so large, they don't check that on every load. They don't even check that. And then like what I was saying with the C.H. Robinson, I mean, majority of those loads are actually set up for a 53-foot drive-in. I'm thinking more than likely you booked a 53-foot drive-in load just because it showed that it was like 8,000 pounds. Maybe they posted it was maybe 20 feet, and you went ahead and grabbed it and snatched it up. You just hit book. They didn't have to do no check call or none of that shit with you. Because you went on Navisphere. Navisphere looked at the loads that was moved for that day, put in the right dimensions, and you hit book and did the load. And you round trip the load too. So that means you didn't really get $2 a mile. You got like $1.67. That's not really profitable. So you're saying you started to not make money, basically is what you're saying. I started to not make money.
Yeah, y'all gonna have to y'all gonna
be there. I was like, but I knew you couldn't bring me on while he was over here.
No, I wasn't gonna bring you on. I wasn't gonna bring you on. It's not gonna right. It wasn't gonna be progressive. I was trying to go forward. Yeah. Well, I know with you and Beats and a few other people. Yeah, I was trying to progress the conversation forward because I he showed me signs early on that he was willing just to have a good intellectual conversation, and we did. And when he was wrong at, he admitted it. And I feel like I gave him some advice on creating content, so I think it was progressive.
Hey, I just want to let you know this 887, because he called me. He said I never said no rate per mile. I looked up you posted the load number. I got people I know. I know what your trucking company name is. I'm not gonna say it on the live. I already ran everything. It's like you talking to one of them ones. You ain't hide enough on that rate confirmation. You posted the load confirmation number. It was over. I didn't need none of that. It's like I know exactly how many miles the load was supposed to be. I know all that stuff now.
All right, I gotta go, man. I gotta go.
All right,
I appreciate
just letting you know that, bro. Just letting you know that. Next time, hide the load confirmation number. I'm gonna end it like that. Hide that.
All right, boy.
All right.
Hey, 7 Sinatra, check it out. If you want to go with Isaiah, go join the Discord right now, and just y'all go in the general chat, and y'all could have that. 887 Sinatra, go to my homepage and click the link and join the Discord. Isaiah, y'all can go back and forth. He one of them ones. He'll go back and forth with you. Go in the Discord. I might jump in there in a minute. Go in the general chat in the Discord. All right, boy, I'm finna jump down.
All right, bro.
All right,
I'm finna go cook.
all right. So all right, that's it. Another good show. Hopefully everybody got some type of value from it, some way, educational, entertainment, edutainment, something. I guess I continue these Sunday nights for the foreseeable future as far as the call-in show is concerned, unless I got some planned. I'm gonna get out of here. 887 Sinatra, you feel free to join the Discord. Pippi just put the link in the chat, a few people above you. So click that link, join the Discord, jump into the general chat, and we can take the conversation over there. But for the meantime, in between time, I'm finna get off. I don't know. For the people that are still watching, we may be bringing the Wiseman back. What do I want to say? Details to be announced. Got to work out the kinks. So we may be bringing it back. That's as long as you know. I'm Gucci. What does it say? Come on, what's the Wiseman? Oh, so it's a lot of new people. So yeah, so just stay tuned. We may be bringing that back. I know some people want it, some people don't. The majority consensus people want it. So we gonna make an attempt at a third season. So I had to get in with Kurt. All right, I'm out, man. My girl brought food over. I'm out. Till the next time. Peace.